السلام الملكي. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
And blessing of Allah be upon you all, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guest ladies and gentlemen coming from around the world, decision makers and investors, welcome to the opening ceremony of the Sports Investment Forum 2026. Today, we're standing at the forefront of a remarkable national journey, one that began as a private sector initiative driven by ambitious Saudi youth that wants to redefine the sports investment, linking economy, investment opportunities, and shaping the industry of the future. We are honored here from Riyadh. This year's forum firmly establishes the sports investment as a fully integrated economic sector and a key driver of a growth and economic diversification. Over 2 dynamic days, the forum will explore the intersection of sports and economy, the growth and governance of sports federations, financing models, and investment funds, and the role of artificial intelligence in sports investment, as well as city innovation and the power of sports. Under the theme Women and the Sports, the forum will dedicate its 3rd day to advancing investment in women's sports and highlighting its economic in close cooperation with the Princess Noura University. Before that, of course, let's get back to the start of the story so that we understand how investment was designed to be interactive dialogue for sharing opinions, but also it has been such a great forum to translate discussions into investments, meetings, partnerships, ambitions in such a way to be always there in reality.
كل معانيها معنى، كل لمحاتها فن، وبكل لحظاتها استثمار. استثمار بصحة المجتمعات، استثمار بحيوية الأوطان. فرصة وفرصة وفرصة. عالم من الفرص يحويها وطن. موطن للفرص اسمه السعودية. يقودها شغف شبابه ورؤية قادته.
داخل كل إنسان يقوده شغف، وإحنا اليوم داخلنا شغف كبير يقودنا لأن نكون سيدات ورائدات أعمال، يقودنا شغف رؤيتنا 2030.
ولأن الرياضة رؤية وشغف تستهدف رؤية المملكة 2030 رفع مساهمة القطاع الرياضي إلى نحو 2.5% من الناتج المحلي الإجمالي، ليصبح أحد محركات الاقتصاد الوطني وقطاع استثماري مستقل.
بالنسبة للرياضة بشكل عام هي تعتبر صار شيء رئيسي جدا في حياتنا كأفراد، وأكيد أن الرياضة لها تطورات ولها برامج كبيرة جدا أكبر من كلمة رياضة أو ممارسة الرياضة بشكل عشوائي.
المجال الرياضي يتفرع منه أمور كثيرة، تتفرع فيها القطاع الصناعي، القطاع الغذائي، القطاع السياحي.
اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية حجم القطاع الرياضي في نمو متسارع. أغلب القطاعات الجزئية الرياضية مثل الأندية والمرافق والأكاديميات وأيضا البيانات والتقنيات الرياضية، هنالك نمو متطلب بشكل جدا كبير لتمكين القطاع الرياضي والاستثمار فيه.
ولا يستقيم تقيم ذلك إلا بفضاء فسيح من الفرص عنوانه الأبرز جودة الحياة.
المملكة العربية السعودية اليوم تستضيف أكبر البطولات الرياضية في كل رياضة، فالرؤية كانت موجودة لتجهيز البنى التحتية بشكل عام من مواصلات وغيره. المملكة العربية السعودية اشتغلت بشكل كبير على ملف رؤية وطن كاملة تحقق لأي ملف مثل كأس العالم البيئة الخصبة أنه يجي وينجح بأفضل نسخة بإذن الله.
القطاع الرياضي يتكون من 17 قطاع جزئي، كل قطاع من هذه القطاعات يحتاج له نمو، يحتاج لها تطور، يحتاج لها استثمارات، سواء استثمار وقت أو استثمار مالي لنمو هذه الفرص.
خلقت هذه السعة في الفرص ضرورة إنشاء منتدى يعنى بتمهيد هذه الفرص وتسييرها في مكانها الصحيح في بناء اقتصاد خلاق.
منتدى الاستثمار الرياضي لما شاركنا فيه السنة الماضية كان الممتاز فيه إن طريقة آلية عمل الحدث إنه موجهة مخصصة لناس معينة أصحاب قرار.
لكن احنا كشركة تقنية في القطاع الرياضي كنا باحتياج كبير لمنتدى الاستثمار الرياضي عشان يجمع الأشخاص المعنيين في هذا القطاع. فنوعية العلاقات التي تم بنائها خلال هذا المنتدى كانت جدا ذو جودة عالية، فأثرت علينا بشكل إيجابي، ساعدتنا في بناء شراكات استراتيجية.
هذا الأساس بنى العديد من المسارات التي حوت على عديد من حاضنات ومسرعات الأعمال وعشرات الجلسات الحوارية وورش العمل، وضمت 50 شركة من 20 دولة حول العالم، وانطلقت مشاريع عديدة ترجمة لما جرى في أروقة المنتدى.
فإحنا من المنتدى الأول اللي يقيم مدينة الرياض كان عندنا فكرة أن نكون شريك مع المستثمر في عملية بناء المضمار، بحيث أن المستثمر يستفيد وإحنا أيضاً كاتحاد أن إحنا نعين ونعاون. الحمد لله يعني كانت الفكرة جميلة جدا وكان لها إقبال كبير جدا، وبإذن الله تعالى أنها تتحقق الأيام القادمة.
أكيد كمستثمر أنت تبغى استثمار دائم، استثمار يعود عليك بالنفع، وأيضاً في نفس الوقت أنت تبغى استثمار يمثل المملكة العربية السعودية. فدخولنا في استثمارات مستنسخة لا يوافق رؤيتنا، فإحنا لابد أن نكون خلاقين لفرص جديدة. ومن منتدى الاستثمار الرياضي وجدنا أن هناك فرص جدا عالية ولابد أن نركز عليها.
المفاجأة اللي جتنا ما كانت فقط لنا، كانت لنا ولكل من شارك. ربطتنا اجتماعات وورش عمل في خلال السنة الماضية من بين النسخة الأولى إلى النسخة القادمة. الكل عنده نفس الرؤية والتصور والانطباع والتعليق أن اللي جانا من النسخة الأولى هذه وردود الفعل كانت أكبر من التوقعات، وهذا موجود عند الكل.
ويكمن السرد دائماً في أن للفرص موطن يمكن مكان من قوتها، وهو السعودية.
الكل يبحث عن الاستثمار في المملكة العربية السعودية أو في المنطقة بشكل عام، لكن اليوم بالتحديد على القطاع الرياضي ما يخفى على أحد وش قاعد يصير في المملكة العربية السعودية.
الاستثمار الرياضي لسه في بداياته في السعودية، سوق واعد جدا، سوق متعطش للاستثمار فيه. المجتمع جاهز، مشكورة للدولة، الدولة جاهزة، باقي الحلقة الوصل هو الاستثمار.
ولا تزال الفرص في مكامنها تبحث عن من يمكنها لتكون قصص نجاح.
هذه ليست
Not merely a success story, it is a model of what partnership can achieve when vision is translated into action. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly present a specialized overview of the state of sports investment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, looking into the how much scale the transformation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the accelerated growth opportunities and the role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be such a global destination for sports investments. Please welcome Mr. Basim Khalil Ibrahim from the Ministry of Investment on the stage. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Over the past 5 years and 40,000 hours we have spent with our partners across different sectors, different entities in this sector. As you see, this picture can tell a lot about reality and what is it that we have achieved so far in the sports sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The sports sector is not just a promising one, it also accommodates a lot of partners, a lot of legislators, regulators, even at the level of the jockey sports, even the camel club, even in the investment ministry. Of course, we have achieved a lot and we have come to a level of high maturity, creating investment opportunities promising. So it is a real invitation, a call to come from the world countries and also locally. The privatization of clubs, the transformation in the sports sector, also 2034 World Cup hosting, with the strategy coming into play relating to the sports strategy and investment, of course, that has been developed along with different partners in close cooperation with the federations. We have come to a stage that we have now so far 3 targets: developing the general contribution and partnership. Community engagement should always be there in the sports investment, 150 minutes at least per week. Equally important, the development of talents and players in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in such a way to be global. We have come to a stage where we have achieved so far 13%, more than 40% now in 2024, and the target is 60% in 2030. But again, relating to the global contribution and partnership participation, I think that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia beating Argentina team, of course, has helped to lead us all the way. Also, Al Ahly club has been ranked first for the FC, and Tariq Hamidi also in London Olympic has been given the silver medal. Also, he was aiming for the golden medal. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not just like a country, it is a leading country, not just a normal country. Formula One for the 5th edition, given the difficult situation, more than 600,000 participants, fans, 150 countries have witnessed the Super Spanish here in Riyadh and also in Jeddah. More than 2 billion impressions and interactions. I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not just witnessing the change, but also in reality. We always talk and call coming from the world countries to see how much the heavy equipment and machinery here, all the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going through a big transformation, all under the PIF led by His Royal Highness NEOM, Red Sea, Mecca, Medina projects, Giga project. I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has proved that it has been going through a big transformation. Qiddiya, NEOM, Red Sea, Jeddah downtown, the Murabba, and yet to mention very few. Back to the investments and partnerships coming into play today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is leading itself this big mission with a lot of focus on investment across different promising sectors, most importantly sports, led by the PIF, big partnership with Infield, American, about $4 billion, and the Gulf Aramco. We are honored, of course, to have it like there in the esports. 11 Saudi clubs have been privatized and now owned by foreign companies. Al Hilal ownership has been now to Al Mamlaka holding company. Now we have big names of big clubs aiming to get engaged. Inter Milan was one of the big companies been able to prove to be licensed by the Ministry of Investment. We have now concluded different deals at about 4 billion Saudi riyals in 2025-2026. With this in mind, of course, it is very important to make this momentum sustainable and well-timed so that we can create a big number of platforms in the sports sector led by the SIF along all the promotional journeys led by Invest in Saudi Arabia. I believe as well it is very important to refer to the big volume of action, and we have now 97 federations, they have new missions such as like establishment of academies and facilities. With this in mind, it is very important to work closely with these federations, enhancing investment opportunities. We also won the hosting of the 2034 World Cup, which is created like a great infrastructure, particularly when it comes to the sports facilities. This is not just in imagination, it is reality. At Dammam, in Roshan, Aramco in Dammam, we started Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Qiddiya, and also the Ministry of Sports is receiving different requests in King Salman. So I believe when we look into the market share from 32 billion Saudi riyals all the way up to 85 billion in 2023, of course this creates a big gap for the private sector, linking to the different subsectors. 17 billion Saudi riyals calling the private sector entities to get engaged. With this in mind, we've been enabled largely enough. We're talking about the big names, the big brands, as you know, from Adidas, Nike, all the European club brands, Spanish clubs, and the local brands and clubs across the region as well. This is a call for all companies to expand across the kingdom, so with the academies, the health centers, data analysis, jersey, clothes, fashion. We are always ambitious to invest more opportunities. Investment opportunities we did explain, and we identified the investor journey, not more than 7 weeks to establish any work across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, going through the Ministry of Investment and other entities. I believe that we are redefining the landscape, and we are calling all the investors, our partners, to further explore the great investment opportunities. My team and the other participant teams are always at your disposal to further facilitate and showcase the best investment opportunities. We have now focused on 1,000 investors. We have more than 200, more than 10 countries. Different deals have been concluded, different countries have been visited, but now we are working closely with everyone. A message from me, I'm calling everyone to get engaged. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Mr. Basim Al-Ibrahim. And now we are moving to the heart of this forum, the signing of the agreements, where relationships are transformed into results and opportunities into real partnerships. Our first agreement is cooperation agreement between the Human Rights Commission and the Sports Investment Forum. We are honored to invite Her Excellency Dr. Hala Tuwaijari, President of the Human Rights Commission, to take part in this signing ceremony.
يمثل الهيئة.
We are also representative of the Commission, Mr. Abdullah bin Ahmed, Deputy for Classification and Governance, and representative of the Forum, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Bakri, Chief Executive Officer of the Sports Investment Forum. And to further explore, Al-Dammam represented Al-Dammam Development Authority, more than 1 billion Saudi riyals by Dr. Talal, the Executive Officer, Dr. Talal bin Nabil, representative of the Sports Investment Forum, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Bakri, Chief Executive Officer, Representative Wadi Dammam Company.
شكرا أستاذ عبد.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Aziz, and thanks for Mr. Basim. The Eastern Province Development Authority, in close cooperation with the Sports Investment Forum, announces the 2026 sports events in the Dammam metropolitan area with estimated investment of about 15 million Saudi riyals.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations. Thank you so much. The fourth agreement, close cooperation agreement between the Events Investment Forum and the Saudi Shooting Federation to further support the development of shooting sports and other events organized by the investment fund represented. The Events Investment Fund is the Chief Investment Officer, Mr. Sasi Yusuf, and the representative Saudi Shooting Federation by Mr. Abdullah Ad-Dosari, Chief Executive Officer.
شكرا.
Thank you so much for the participants in the agreement ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure in this year's Sports Investment Forum to introduce a strategic initiative aimed at recognizing the organizations and individuals who have made a tangible impact locally and across the world in line with Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is such a great dynamic sector driven by pioneers and defined by achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, we are now proud to announce the launch of the Leadership and Impact Award in Sports Investment.
هذه الإنجازات لم.
These remarkable achievements would not have been possible without our partners' support, whose pivotal contribution plays a critical role. We are now calling the coordinator, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Bakri, Chief Executive Officer of the Sports Investment Forum, to join us on the recognition and honoring ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Brigadier bin Salih to receive the award. Strategic sponsors Jamil for machine sports by Mr. Jamil, by Abdul Latif Jamil, representative, please. Our sports to be received by Mr. Al-Ghamdi, the Executive Officer.
شركة
Aramco Company by Mr. Matthew, the Executive Officer.
وزارة التعليم
Ministry of Education, Mr. Al-Juwaid, Deputy Minister of the Financing Sector for Education. Mumra, strategic sponsor, to be received by Mr. Bandar Al-Rashid, the Customer Experience Department of Excellence.
مؤسسة
Mohammed bin Salman Foundation, MISC, by Mr. Badr Al-Badr, the Executive Officer. Roshan Group by Engineer Wasim Khashan, Chief Executive Officer for Communication.
جامعة الأميرة
Princess Noura bint Abd al-Rahman University, Dr. Fatima Al-Muayyid, Dean of Physical Education, Sports.
الهيئة الملكية لمدينة الرياض المهندس
Engineer Turkey, the Director General of Sports at the Commission.
روتان
Rotana Signs, to be received by Mr. Hassan, Deputy Chief Executive Officer.
هيئة حقوق
The Human Rights Commission, to be received by Mr. Al-Ghamdi, Deputy for the Planning and Governance.
طبعا
The Human Rights Commission is a key sponsor for this forum. Key sponsors Team X by Mr. Badr Al-Hamadi, Chief Executive Officer. Avenue, Sports Avenue by Mr. Ahmed Al-Askar, the Chief Executive Officer for Communication Sector.
صندوق
Investment Fund, Mr. Ahmed, the head of the Corporate Communication Department.
أيضا من رعاة المنتدى الرئيسيين بنك التنمية الاجتماعية.
The Social Development Bank.
MMS
Mr. Ad-Dakhil, head of the Media Communication Department. Riyadh Amana, the promising city partner to by Mr. Asuperi, the supervisor of the communication department.
والآن
And now we are moving to the platinum sponsors, Mudon, to be received by Mr. Badr, the Deputy President for the Business Development Sector. By Mr. Ahmed, the head of the sales department. Jockey Club. The golden sponsors the Executive Officer Mr. Ahmed Al-Azim.
المركز الوطني للتخصيص
National Center for Privatization.
الاتحاد السعودي للدراجات الأستاذ عبد العزيز
Saudi Cycling Club. Mr. Muhammad Al-Muhammad, the Chief Executive Officer for Strategy. Mr. Nuh Ali, the Chief Executive Officer. the business sponsors.
الكيان
Mr. Fahad Atharji, the founder and chief executive officer.
TSC أنجوس بوتشنان الرئيس التنفيذي. الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة المدرسية
School Sports Education Club.
مياه نوفا سردار سعدلي الرئيس التنفيذي. شركة تطبيق حراج راعي مشارك يوسف الرشيدي المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي.
Black Lane, the transportation service.
شركة الخطوط السعودية للشحن
The
راعي مشارك هاشم
cargo, the sports
نائب الرئيس التنفيذي
freight
للاستراتيجية.
Saudi company.
وجسر السعودية راعي مشارك فهد القحطاني.
Mr. Fahad Al Qahtani, the field partner.
شكرا أستاذ البكري، شكرا لشركائنا شركاء
Thanks
النجاح.
ever so much for our great partners.
السيدات والسادة،
Ladies and gentlemen, we will join again with you for the first panel discussion for Sports Investment Forum 2026, Sports as Investment Platforms for Growth and Development. This is to be by His Royal Highness Mr. Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, head of the Esports Federation. His Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Faisal bin Salman Al Saud, Chairman of the Saudi Diving and Marine Sports Federation. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Nasser Al Saud, Chairman of the Saudi Table Tennis Federation, and His Highness Prince Salman bin Abdullah bin Salman bin Mohammed Al Saud, Chief Executive Officer for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Honored to moderate the panel discussion yet to come.
نرحب بكم
you to this panel discussion. We have some points that would be raised on this panel discussions on the Saudi Sports Investment Forum. We are going to talk about investment and address investment, but if we see any kind of sports, we can see empowerment and advancement of this sport, why there is a need to attract investment. And I will start with His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Salman. Good morning, and peace be upon you all. Thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion and for the kind invitation to be with you today. And when we talk about investment in sports, we are not talking about the long term. The unlimited support has created an ecosystem, not only dynamic, but one of the largest sectors in the world. But when you talk about sustainability, we are talking about not only 5 years to come, but 100 years to come. The investment over the last 10 years or 5 years, it was in infrastructure, training, capacity building, equipment, and the starting point, but to elevate, to take the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the growth, to be the largest sector. We need the support and engagement of the private sector and the private companies to take the step forward that we need for the Saudi society. So it's not only a luxury. Your investment is not a luxury, Your Royal Highness. But we should think it was a hobby in the past. Right now, it has become a cornerstone, strategic cornerstone, and bedrock of the Saudi economy. Not only investment. It's not just a hobby, but an economy, one of the largest economic sectors. So it's look at the esports that we are running at the national strategy for esports. The impact on the GDP in 2030, by 2030, it would be 50 billion Saudi riyal. Would it be able to achieve such ambitious target without the engagement of the private sector? And this is a small point and a small drop in an ocean. So focusing on this point, there is a need to have high quality investment in sports sector. Good morning, and peace be upon you all. Any sector, sports, agriculture, housing, or should be anchored by and underpinned by unlimited support and to generate income. At the same time, to make it sustainable sector. The private sector hasn't invested in sports without having this kind of trust in this sector. I think it's one of the key pillars of the investment is to have this kind of confidence and trust of the private sector in such kind of sports sector. If we take US for example, if we take one small sports to the largest one, to create a new club, to obtain the license, the value of the license is 500 million, and this is a new stream for the economy. The more you created economic value, can create and diversify the economy and drive the welfare of the citizens. And can create a space and ecosystem for the new generation. Without the private sector, you can achieve this kind of goal. With the support of the political leadership, it's unprecedented support. So we should engage the private sector, and the private sector to stand on their feet, to be able to sustain, to be sustainable, and so it's very important for us in the sports, and this is our mandate, how to make sports to stand on its feet through the investment of the private sector, and to achieve tangible results. Prince Mohammed in the same vein, the need for investment in the private in sports investment. If we address the first topic, if there is a need for the investment, there is a desperate need for a huge investment, and we have unprecedented, unlimited support by the government for the sports sector and for the diverse sectors of sports, and we have this kind of community awareness of the importance and do we need there is a need for investment of the private sector, and kindly try to get closer to the mic so the government support for the sports sector is a huge and a massive one, and the community, the education and awareness of the importance of sports. Is there a need for the investment to drive the growth? It's a basic need. It's a basic need. It's one of the key pillar of the strategies, national strategies, to attract private investment. The achievements that we are achieving right now, we have amazing figures, and there is a need of the private sector to embark with us on the journey of investment, of growth and development. Prince Salman, this can be applied on jockey. For sure thing, jockey. It's not only it's a well-established sector, and we have a future plan based on the action plans to cope with the development and transformation across the country, and aligned with the Vision 2030, in which sports is a key element and the cornerstone and the basic sector in economic diversification. Investment is not an option, but a cornerstone and the bedrock of the development of this sector. It's very important to engage the private sector in such kind of development and growth, and it's our mandate and the duty in public sector to create the space for an ecosystem for the investment to generate rewarding income for each investor. We come to the second round of this panel discussion. If we actually need to attract investment, we need to have stimulus stimulus. Yes, for sure, we have such kind of catalysts and stimulus that drive the investment and incentives programs that could attract investment from the government in technology sector. It's not fully dedicated for the sports, but when we investigated and we examine other experiences from other countries, in Finland, this is raised the investment of the private sector to 400%. So we created a fund for esports, which is 1.8 billion Saudi riyal. If I am not mistaken, 600 million. Amazed with the participation of the private sector, SBC and other international players which invest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and focusing on the startups and multi-medium startups and SMEs. And the difference was made in Saudi Arabia in 2022 when we announced the fund, the creation of the fund. We had only one company in gaming sector. Right now we have 390 companies. The small investment that we injected and the impact created on the ground in less than 4 years, yes, for sure. And we have seen this kind of difference in sports clubs which start with such kind of investment. In 2018, we have only 2 clubs in esports sector. Right now, we have more than 200 clubs and more than 1,300 players, and the gamers for our girls. The global number, the international number is only 5%. The impact you can see it's the double of the investment injected, and this is a very important point that we would focus on. Your Royal Highness Prince Sultan bin Fahd, do you have incentives and enablers for the marine and diving sports? We have coasts over the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, running hundreds kilometers, but we haven't unlocked such kind of potentials. Do we have investments and when we started, it was the federation was diving club, but it was merged into the marine sports. The first question that we raised for the board: what are the key motivations or the incentives, and what are the key hurdles and obstacles? The first answer that we got is if the consumer is not able to practice the sports by themselves, that when the time they need whatever incentives you will offer, you wouldn't achieve any kind of impact. So we try to look into the landscape, and we have found more than 22 entities and semi-government entities in diving before acquisition and merging. Today, if you are a diver or consumer of marine sports, you would like to organize any kind of event, so in the past you should have secured from 7 to 8 approvals, and these constituted key obstacles, and whatever incentives that you would give, you wouldn't achieve any kind of thing. So we had this kind of synergies with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture and other concerned entities to create this kind of seamless diving experience. So when we remove such kind of hurdles, which would require 6 approval, this is increased and elevated the sector and increased the number of the practitioners. And for the license, we have more than 50,000 licenses for the Saudi talents and international talents. In the past, who practiced this kind of diving were less than 5,000. And in terms of the hubs and the facilities, we have more than 1,000 trainers. When we removed and overcome such kind of obstacles, the incentives have such kind of impact, and we have the enablers as well. So you can go fishing, skiing, or practice any kind of marine. What about the available opportunities for the table tennis? We might take it lightly. We have table tennis we have this kind of popular appeal for the football, but we have less appeal for the table tennis. So how can you create high quality investment opportunities for this sector? First of all, for the table tennis, we could say that it's tricky. We're talking about this aspect without any exaggeration. The investors and the investment community, I could say that you have experienced this kind of sport, and we have the statistics for the number of the practitioners, more than 6,000 professional players, and the amateurs we couldn't calculate because we have a huge base and the grassroots. When we talk about the government support and the societal awareness, we have huge potentials that we started to unpack. We created the first professional league in a partnership with the private sector, and I would like to recognize the role of Jahiz and Jahiz League for the professional table tennis that started last year. And this is the first professional league for the table tennis in Saudi Arabia. Without the participation and engagement of the private sector, without creating the ecosystem and the incentives and the enablement and empowerment and ROI, I would like to focus on take a step back when I started my mandate at this federation. There was no streaming or a professional club or YouTube live streaming, so we started to engage with the entities and created this kind of synergies to create this kind of landscape, and we increased we created this kind of dynamic platforms, and the reach that we 6 million, and we have more than 94 clubs. Most of the clubs for football, they have tennis table, and we have fully dedicated table tennis that they started their own practice. Table tennis has a long history in Saudi Arabia, but it has more popularity in China, and we try to increase and enlarge the base of the table tennis. We have the enablement of the private sector, and we are truly honored and pleased to foster partnership from the private sector. We have Jahiz and we have PIF companies and Jacko, Snapchat. We have more than 11 sponsors, and we started from the scratch 2024. Right now we have reached 1 million Riyal 2025 in sponsorship. Now in the first quarter we have exceeded this figure. We have reached 1.1. Without the engagement of the private sector, we wouldn't be able to achieve, and the journey is going on. It's a very long journey, and we aspire for more in engagement with the private sector we can achieve, and the private sector has become part and parcel and dynamic partner of the sports sector. Prince Salman, the assets of the hockey, how can such assets can be used as a catalyst for the engagement of the private sector? First of all, as long as you have addressed that such assets, horse racing assets across the kingdom, we have a huge heritage and the legacy of this kind of the bond and the relationship with the horses across the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we are so proud that this sector and industry created by our founders, and this country was unified on horseback the leadership fully supports this sector, that the custodian of the two holy mosques is the honorary president of the hockey club, and this is a big honor for this sector, and organizing international and global events such as Saudi Club, attracting a number of owners and hockeys, with the participation of more than 100 owners across the globe, and more than 100 countries across the world, with the prize pool exceeding $4 billion, and which is the world's richest race. And you can find partners and owners who are investors, and given or considering that the Saudi club is a fertile ground for cultivating good relationships among different stakeholders, and we look into and we explore the opportunities in different areas and arenas based on the laws and the regulations enacted in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For the enablers, I would like to take you for a short moment to highlight the growth in numbers from 2015 up to date, in full alignment with the Vision 2030 in terms of the files of the horse owners. We have more than 5,500 owners, and the number of races, and we have more than 1,000 races, and the prize pool was right now is 240. The foreign owners from 7. Right now we have more than 75 owners, and for the internationally grown horses, the number is increasing. The locally grown horses right now more than 615. The process of transfer of forces last year we had 4,400 transactions. Right now we have more than 9,000, and this highlights the massive investment in horses locally in auctions, in terms of the purchase and investment and the participations in horses for the championships and tournaments, and this can reflect it in financial gains, and for the number of the participations as well increased, and we are talking about the trainers. In 2018 was only 480, and our ambitions is a sky limit. So like we need such kind of investment opportunity to be distributed evenly on different sectors. Such kind of accomplishments achieved without high quality investment. What if we have such kind of quality investments in such kind of sectors? What is the expected impact and outcome? Right now we have some figures. It's hard to remember such kind of amazing and staggering figures. Right now in Saudi Arabia, you have the prime for the semi-professionals, more than 100 championships started only last year. For the school league, more than 200,000. For the university league, more than 30 universities engaging. For the professional league, more than to make sure to verify such a kind of figures, more than 10,000 athletes. So such kind of champions combined, 1.2 million athletes and players across the kingdom fully registered. And this is for the investment that we did in infrastructure and regulations and creating companies. If we look into the paradigm shift in football, the privatization of clubs, such kind of clubs transformed to be international clubs. For Falcon clubs that won the World Cup, the Saudi Falcons, they have a team from USA, Europe, and Korea, and China, and Philippines, and with the Saudi teams joining them, and we have champions in FIFA, مساعد الدوسري, and Tala, that's one Asian Cup, the first Saudi female player that won gold medal. But to do this kind of a paradigm shift and transformation, to take this kind of esports sector from locality to be effective at the international level, we need the engagement of the private sector with the due support of the government, of the custodian of the two holy mosques and the crown prince, to take such kind of sports to attract the best talent internationally. We need the support and the engagement of the private sector. And this is, we can achieve transformation. Your Royal Highness Prince Sultan, we have a very important point. We have some challenges that face some clubs, such as if we have high quality investment in marine and diving sports, what would happen if we have such kind of high quality investment and target investment? First of all, creating education and awareness. For I talk about the marine environment and we have some we need to change this kind of education for the driving, for diving and marine sports, and remove such kind of perils and pitfalls. So education is the key parts of such kind of awareness. If we dive into water and see the life and diversified life and how joyful, so you would know how much I am fond of diving. First of all, we should change the mindset and awareness and the consumer confidence, as I highlighted, to increase the engagement of the consumers. And it's very important. Third, what we should do, and what are your obligations and what are your rights as consumers and service provisions. So we should know our obligations and our rights, and this should be fully clear. And it's all about the infrastructure and the legal framework. We should have them in a place, and this is what we have worked on, we have achieved. So the very important point for such a kind of awareness and education. What are your obligations and your rights? So if they are fully clear, you can see a very accelerated growth in this sector. Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman, if we find one of the investors in this forum and saying that I'm very interested in table tennis and I would like to invest in high quality investment. So how can we generate the benefits of such kind of investment to be a catalyst for growth? First of all, investment in table tennis in particular, and I would share some figures. The investment can be direct and indirect investment, such as infrastructure, the number increasing the number of academies. For the table tennis, the investment through the federation, through the sponsorship of clubs, and the corporate investment. Table tennis, you could create a club and get a license from the federation and to participate in our league from the next year and compete on the prize pool provided by the Ministry of Sports. Right now we have more than 20,000 views on Jahiz and 5 million views. And such kind of enablers came as part of the efforts made by the government, and we can double and amplify such kind of numbers through the participation and engagement of the private sector. Right now, we had this kind of growing culture and appeal for this sports, and we have highly professional athletes. For instance, we have under 11 who placed second globally and Paralympics. So we have athletes at the grassroots with the high professionalism. But we need more investment. We need more investment to increase and to enlarge the base of such kind of grassroots and talents and achieve a lot of gains over a short, very span of time. So we have achieved today. We have achieved a lot of accomplishment. We have more than 6,000 athletes, and the number is growing. And we have more than 195 clubs registered at the Ministry of Sports, and we have 15 clubs competing this year in cooperation with the University League and School League, and we will kickstart a league for schools and universities. Such kind of enablers will increase the talents, and the clubs can take advantage of such kind of momentum. For instance, I wouldn't focus on specific names, mention specific names for the Al Qadisiyah and Aramco, one of the strongest supporter of this sector, and they created huge investment and ROI, and we still have a very long journey with the participation and engagement of the private sector. We could achieve more and more in the future. Prince Your Royal Highness Prince Sultan, you have highlighted the importance of the national strategy in diverse sectors. There is ability to attract more investment, but how such kind of assets, if we find a genuine and a real partner, and right now we enhance and fostering partnership with the government sectors such as Ministry of Tourism, Entertainment Authority, and and the Ministry of Sports with the massive and huge support. And for the investment, we offer the optimal investment opportunities and creating the infrastructure needed and partnerships. So investment opportunities are offered for the partnerships and the rights of the sponsor in the assets. We have diverse assets and courses for courses in assets, sports assets across the kingdom, and specific sports assets and real estate assets. We have a portfolio of real estate assets which are tempting for the private sector for non-sports investments. So we are developing a strategy for investment for the club assets. We are about to finalize to be the cornerstone and the key foundation for pushing ahead the investment in this regard. No doubt, attracting international stars in football was a huge transformation and set the world's eyes on Saudi Arabia. So attracting such kind of football stars to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia attracted the international attention and drew the international attention to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are so fortunate in the year of establishment of this federation. Musaad al-Dusri won FIFA and honored and recognized in FIFA awards as the best player in sports, esports. But still we have a space and a room to attract the champions that we do in summer, what we do in summer and the World Cup. One of the best stories that I still recall, Team Liquid after the game, and one of the fans, one of the fans was so excited that he had seen this star in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance, on the pitch, so excited and come the first to appear in training and the first to run and to chase the football and have this kind of excitement. He scored more than 1,000 goals. This is an expected number. So the first one in training and recovery, and the first one who stimulates and the new generation. This has a reflection on the other sector, the entire sector. If we look into, for instance, Musaad, how was his beginning, and right now at his career pathways. Right now he is a hero and a champion, and we have an ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From education, the support of the Ministry of Education, the support of the Ministry of Sports, and the Olympic Committee, and the championships and tournaments taking place in Saudi Arabia, FIFA, Street Fighter, PUBG, and Overwatch. We have Overwatch and the World Cup 2 years ago, and we have such kind of champions of our men and women. We have a training and the academies of the Saudi Federation of Sports and Savvy Academy. We have programs at Princess Noura University, and we have a program for training for the marine. The only country that has this kind of strategy. The incentives of the Minister of Investment, the environment, and infrastructure we have in abundance, and that we that we partnered with the Fund of Development. So we should focus how to link what we have achieved and with the private sector in Saudi Arabia to take it to the international level and to be a hub, a global hub for sports. And His Royal Highness Prince Sultan stars making can be created in marine sports, and could we are we able to attract international professional athletes? E1 for the boats this year, over the last 3 years. Each year, the league started from Jeddah, and each team is made of male and female, and compete each other. Not only the males alone and the females separate from females. In such cases, we have this kind of mixes, males and females athletes. So we have a team supported by the federation, and we have a very well-known racers, female racers. Won a prize or a medal in Croatia. So we have this kind of pool of athletes. We have the talent, the bull talent. We have the support, and it's clear and evident that we could achieve. Yazid al-Rajhi, one Salim al-Dosari, two is a well-known sports figure, a global sports figure, and the Prince Faisal as Prince Faisal. We have this kind of concrete evidence that we. So if we have the ability and we have the talent pool. And the next step, going international, and we have A1 race. We have more than 70 million views. So, or Michel Amedan, the first Saudi name, 700 million is enough, or more than we expect. It's hard to cover such kind of events. Prince Mohammed attracting stars and international coaches. So how can this change the equation? And in this regard, I will share a small story. In the past, the Saudi Federation and if participates in any championship. So we have this kind of exposures, and the training would be conducted in the hall, behind the hall. So we have this kind of exposures, and in the past we didn't have this kind of international exposure, and we didn't have this kind of room for training with the international athletes. So we started to inject new blood in our clubs by engaging international coach, which positively reflected on the performance and the professionalism of the Saudi club, and this has driven the high performance of our Saudi athletes. And on this occasion, next Wednesday, we are traveling to London to participate in the World Cup in table tennis, and without engaging the international coaches and the international athletes, we wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of positioning, global positioning, and such kind of exposures with the international athletes for the Qadsiya, Al-Ittihad, Al-Ula. They have the best professional athletes classified globally from China, Japan, Nigeria, and most of the professional players. Saudi Arabia has become a hub for attracting such kind of and elites and the stellar athletes and players. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has become a destination and a hub, and this is reflected in the performance of our athletes, and we are still at the very beginning. We have the enablers and the support of the government. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, Prince Salman, and the best of luck for you in jockey. You handle and you approach owners who have the passion for this sports. So you attract stars, international horses. How could this be positively reflected on this sports? This can be reflected raising the quality of races, development of infrastructure in terms of increasing the number of stables, and this is a huge and massive opportunities through engagement of the private sector through the winter breaks in Europe or from across the globe, and the events taking place across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and GCC countries. In terms of attracting sponsors and investors, the more sponsorship, this could drive the competitiveness, the quality of stables and the owners and the horses, and the quality of horses. This can increase competitiveness and media coverage, and attract the global attention to such kind of championships, and this could create impactful investment, as well as we have the knowledge transfer and know-how in terms of coaches to the local talent, and we have a huge base of local coaches and international coaches, and such kind of attractiveness can enhance the Saudi Arabia as a global destination and a hub for such kind of sports. Your Royal Highnesses, thank you for this kind of enriching sessions regarding the need to have sports investments of higher quality and a sustainable one, and we have untapped opportunities. Thank you, Your Royal Highnesses.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
Please welcome on stage Mr. Rebecca on stage.
Thank you, Mohammed Al-Tamay, for that moderation, and also to our distinguished guests, the various representatives from the sporting federations. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, and esteemed guests, it's an honor to be your host here at the Saudi Sports Investment Forum. So as our guests explored, sport has firmly established itself as a powerful platform for investment, fueling growth, attracting capital, and shaping new economic opportunities. But in Saudi Arabia, its impact goes even further, because every investment in sport is ultimately an investment in people. And with over 60% of the population under the age of 30, the real opportunity lies in how sport can shape the next generation. Organizations like MISC Foundation have already empowered hundreds of thousands of young Saudis through leadership and skills development. So how do we connect that momentum to sport? That is what this next session will answer. This discussion will explore how sport plays a vital role in developing individuals physically, psychologically, and socially, while promoting values such as discipline, teamwork, and responsibility. It will also highlight sport's contribution to public health, quality of life, leadership development, and community building, showcasing how it serves as a powerful tool for sustainable development and social cohesion. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage Dr. Badr Al-Badr, the CEO of the MISC Foundation, who will be leading this session.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله.
Peace, blessing, mercy be upon you all. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience. First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation for the organizers of this forum, for the great diverse partnerships. Allow me now to take and walk you through a story. Just imagine a person, not a sportsman ever since he was a child. This individual, this person was sitting with a friend in a normal coffee shop. After casual talk, a friend of his asked him, "What do you think about Ironman race?" It was the first for him to have heard of this. Days passed away, and the person found himself one day before sunrise standing prepared for one of the most difficult sport challenges across the world. It's facing 226 kilometers of swimming, running and cycling. He started swimming amid a tumultuous waves and a lot of nice skies around him, which doesn't make him any more hesitant. He spent minutes, long minutes, as if long hours, and then he drove his bicycle, where he rode his bicycle long hours and in the sunshine, and then running came into play. Test was not for the physique, but also for the spirit and the mind as well. He started with a physique fatigue, that is, and less power and energy. Each 1 kilometer is longer than the one before, and pausing or stopping was a tempting choice, but he continued though all the way to the end line and raising the Kingdom of Saudi as a flag among the fans. Then he knew that he achieved such a great sports breakthrough that he didn't think that he could do. This a story is not for unknown person. It is my story. When I just joined and participated last year race, before I thought of some statistics. It was really daunting. The number of the people who completed this, it just 1 out of 100,000. At the end of the race, one impressing question, more important than the achievement: how is it possible to build our conditions, situation possible for me, for the whole generations of Earth? With this in mind, I thought that the success of any sportsman is not out of chances, rather based on 4 enablers or drivers. First, talent. Discovering talents as early as possible is one of the secret keys to be highly talented. Even in my case, I didn't have any exceptional talent. The second one, making such a great opportunity for people, because so many talented people didn't have the energy, but they do need the opportunity. When opportunities are translated into programs, initiatives, so we are not just making community engagement or contributions, but we're making assets. In my case, my talk with my friend was the driver for me to get engaged in the experience. Third one is the regular training. Ambition is not sufficient without regular training and development, and this was what I really committed to when I was training. Fourth, the enabling environment that gives more continuity, translating sports from individual into community culture. When only then sports and ecosystem becomes more sustainable, less dependent on temporary initiatives and campaigns. In short, the continued talent, training, and the driving environment is the one that creates these. With these enablers come into play together, I could have been one of the first 3 champions. So MISC does not look into sport as an activity or something like a luxury, but it is something that brings together health, quality of life, exercise. That is why we're supporting sports at MISC as based on expanded
with sports projects and infrastructure required for that tournament.
But a golf course is really well suited for luxury travel. Now, the international travelers tend to spend a lot. They are one of the highest spenders in terms of demographic of certain athletes, right in front of tennis and surfing and some other sports. So it's as a beacon for us to be a first type of contact. And then they lead to discussions from tourism, from people interested in visiting, but also people trying to do business with us, whether that's on the investment side, the partnership side, or the sponsorship side.
Right, and a golf course is the best, I heard it's the best place to do business.
Well, you play 4 hours of golf with somebody and you get to pitch them for it, and they have no chance to run away from you in this, so it's a great captive audience you have there.
Matthew, I want to bring in your extensive international experience. You've worked on Hollywood Park and SoFi Stadium, which is an unprecedented and unparalleled sports and entertainment destination with state-of-the-art offerings, something I'm sure you're bringing to working towards to bringing at the Aramco Stadium. What role does a landmark sports stadium play in shaping a city's global identity and attractiveness as a destination?
Yeah, so, these stadiums, a lot of people look at them as the destination, if you will, and it's not really the destination, it's the catalyst, right? So when you look at a project like SoFi Stadium, that and the surrounding development around it, it's already in arguably the most competitive sports market in the world. It's got arguably the largest content model in the world with concerts. On either side of it right now, there are 2 arenas. And so it's an incredibly busy environment. On top of it, in Southern California, would you rather go see a concert or go to the beach and hang out all day? It's one of those arguments, or go skiing, right? You can do that in Southern California. And so for us, what we really thought about in Los Angeles was how do we create something that is a catalyst and that has a gravitational pull. And so, for us, when we think about how does that come to life in Aramco Stadium, one, it's not recreating what we did in LA. It's about taking some of the lessons learned, building on an ecosystem, creating an ecosystem, standing it up, and then leveraging some of those best practices that we've learned, but then doing it in a uniquely Saudi way. And so for us, we think about one, like first and foremost, we have an incredible ecosystem because of our ownership being Aramco. We can lean on everything from Aramco Digital to the Ventures Group to the Marketing and Finance and Corporate Communications Group and logistics, right? We really do have an incredible backbone that we can pull from, and that helps our core company deliver what we need to. But when you take that a step further, and gives us a great foundation, when you take that a step further, we think about the entire ecosystem within Saudi. And so tourism, different entities like a Gulf Saudi, and we really start to think about, okay, how do we create the right ecosystem to make Aramco Stadium a catalyst that is a place where the family comes to all generations, whether there's a match day or not. And so for us, like, that's really the vision, is this 365 destination that's busy on a match day, of course, but outside of a match day as well.
great. And we'll get more into detail on what exactly you're doing at Aramco Stadium later on. But first, I just want to keep going on with this, how sport is building destination appeal. And we often think of destination appeal in terms of marketing and experience. But Hashim, how does logistics and cargo reliability shape the overall perception of a destination and its ability to sustain tourism demand?
It's all about the ecosystem. As we have mentioned, you have to build the proper infrastructure and ecosystem to ensure it's sustainable. Having proper partnerships with those developing destinations, it will help you to ensure the supply chain is always going to be there at the right price at the right time. We're blessed in the kingdom because we have a prime location. We are 6-7 hours from every destination. And we ensure that we're connecting the world together through different partnership with our colleagues in different mega or giga projects. This is going to help the investor to ensure whatever money they are going to spend on the infrastructure and the ecosystem and the journey, it's always been covered. It's all about refining the journey to make it more seamless experience, from fine restaurants, from fine destinations, until all of the destinations that has to be covered by a supply chain from the east to the west to the north to the south, with multiple access to the world.
So what we're really seeing is that sport isn't just putting destinations on the map, it's shaping how they're being built and experienced. And I just want to give one very quick example also, because this is a very powerful case for the kingdom. The region of Hayal, there was an international Hayal rally which has been since 2006. And then the last couple of years, since the tourism visa, which obviously facilitated accessibility, this rally has, I'm going to put my neck out on the line here and say that it's actually single-handedly moved this region, transformed the region into a powerful tourism and motorsport destination. It's stimulated massive economic growth, elevated international visibility, especially on the UNESCO World Heritage Sites of Juba and Shuweimus, which not many people actually knew about. And it's also discovered heritage sites. I can't think of any other sport or event, correct me if I'm wrong, that has done that for the kingdom. And so I just wanted to mention that because I think it's a really, really powerful case. So now we're going to look at how when sports elevate a destination's appeal, how does that translate into investable opportunities? And Thomas, the golf industry is becoming a powerful driver of investment across infrastructure, hospitality, entertainment. It's often been spoken about as building a self-sufficient golf economy in Saudi Arabia. What does that mean?
Yeah, it effectively means getting to work, building a holistic golf ecosystem here in the kingdom with the mindset of a private investor and a private player, which is both profit-driven, experience-driven, high-quality-driven. And that's exactly what we do at Golf Saudi. And look, there's a few opportunities that are coming to bear and come to mind right away. And one is very similar to a stadium, actually, where a stadium is becoming an economic anchor to an entire area, which usually, leads to real estate development, hotels, commercial, food and beverage, shopping, even residential, and then obviously other types of location-based entertainment opportunities. And a golf course is the same thing, right? We're building golf courses, and we're building those courses with residences all around the kingdom, because first of all, living on a golf course community, looking at a golf course, looking at greenery, comes at a premium. You can sell at a higher per square meter price for that, and it commands a premium. There's also studies that within 1 kilometer radius of a golf course, it has a positive economic impact, uplifting the entire area by 30 to 50%, depending on the region particularly. So our bread and butter is the golf course development business. We manage golf courses all across the kingdom, and real estate is an important part. Then there's the off-course component, which is golf entertainment. It's something that wasn't really available to St. Andrews 400 years ago, but we have the luxury to implement it right off the get-go. That is sports entertainment venues like Topgolf or 5-iron golf, which is the first one in the kingdom. We're actually opening this Friday in Kaft. Come check it out. We're looking at putting venues. We're looking at small tech-enabled range concepts. And then we're building the infrastructure as well. So we just became the largest investor in a golf fashion company, founded by CEO Princess Noura.
What does golf fashion mean?
Golf fashion means, golf is becoming cool, right? Golf is basically the new skateboard streetwear of the fashion world. And we're recognizing this. So we're opening up a retail concept in CAF this summer, for example, where you can buy that type of fashion, where we'll have new exciting drops that you would otherwise see in the sneaker stores in New York on Fifth Avenue. We're investing in agronomy, we're investing in equipment leasing. So when you think golf, you think about a sport and hitting a small ball hundreds of yards away into a small hole. We actually find ourselves in real estate, in agronomy, in food and beverage, in entertainment, in finance, and on and on and on. It's a real infrastructure play that requires investment across the board.
So you're making golf exciting, if I can say it like that.
100%. We're making golf exciting, we're making it fun, we're making it easy to enter, and we are looking to scale massively, and this year is really only just the beginning.
And just on the infrastructure opportunities, this is happening across all the Giga projects, correct? So Qiddiya, Red Sea?
Yes, across the Giga project and across the major cities and major regions. So while we work very closely with Red Sea and Qiddiya and Diriyah and all the Giga projects as well on a daily basis and really scaling the supply of golf inventory there, we are also focused on the regions of Riyadh, Jeddah, and the Eastern Province, where we're actively building golf courses, top golf venues, indoor simulator venues, and again, bringing a little bit tech and gamification to the golf world that, as Hesham mentioned, really suits the younger demographic here in Saudi.
And do you know any data off the top of your head in terms of the investment values of all these infrastructure opportunities?
Well, so the overall investment ecosystem of golf globally is about 200 billion. When you look at golf tourism, it's about 80 billion. So golf tourism makes up actually a large percentage of the golf industry as a whole. In addition, you sell equipment, you build golf courses, and so on and so forth. Here within the kingdom, we're still small, so I'm looking at it almost like a startup, but that's scaling very, very quickly towards the growth phase. And here we're looking at still investing billions of SAR into the industry, but with really attractive investment profiles that really is also attractive to the private sector to come along the ride with us. So we're not going to build all the real estate ourselves. We're not going to put up all the venues ourselves. And with great partners, both here nationally and regionally, we'll make it happen sooner rather than later.
Well, success does come from partnerships. Matthew, you spoke about 365-day venues. They often come with public park space and community programming. Can you elaborate on how Aramco Stadium plans to evolve into a long-term tourism and economic asset?
Yeah, so again, kind of looking at it through that catalyst lens, right? When we open this fall in advance of AFC 2027 here in January, which is our first major international competition, we will have, right from the beginning, 130,000 square meters of public park space, green space that families can come and enjoy. We'll have 5 parks for children to enjoy. We will have public meeting space where families can come and enjoy lunch or have a cup of coffee. And that's just one small section of the 850,000 square meters that we've got on our master plan. We've got, in addition to that, 15 specific locations for commercial real estate destinations. And so think of that as heavily experiential as well as food and beverage focused. And so for us, similar to what Thomas was saying, like think of us as in some cases the landlord developer, right? Like we're at the core of the experience economy. Like what we are providing is experiences, and we're not necessarily going to be a destination where you're going to go and get your Gucci bag. That's not really core to what we're doing. We want to be the place where you go and create a memory that's lifelong with your family and your friends. And so if you think of it through that lens, that's really everything that we're doing. And so everything from best-in-class food and beverage and bringing never-before concepts to the kingdom from a food and beverage standpoint and an experience standpoint to taking that a step further and focusing on health and wellness, right? So as we've talked and Hesham shared, obviously the population of the kingdom skews so heavily towards the younger demographics, and from a youth perspective, really I think one of the opportunities is how do you continue to get more and more youth involved in sports as a whole, not just actively, but then their families and friends and community. And so that starts with a health and wellness issue as well. And so we'll have a gym concept that'll be on site, but you don't have to go to the gym. You can go play in the public park. You can walk around the 1 kilometer jogging track that we have. You can bring your bike and go around the 5.5 kilometer bicycle track. You can play on the 7 sports courts that we have. I don't know many buildings in the world globally that have a focus on creating this 365 destination that is commercially sustainable, that has that commitment to community. I really think we're going to be unique in that process, and it's just the beginning. We're going to continue to look at how do we provide the best experience to create that destination where families can come, and again, a place where regardless on if you're a fan of a specific football team or not, you're going to enjoy the experience. You're going to enjoy the food and beverage experience, or you're going to enjoy the park space. And so that's really our focus, and again, not focused just on football as well. It's really about all content, and creating that kind of communal destination where life's moments happen.
This might be a bit too early to ask you, but something that I like that Saudi Arabia does is they create very culture-centric experiences, even in sporting events. Is that something that's on the cards for Aramco Stadium?
Yeah. So, core to our ethos, again, going back to what I shared earlier, like we are not just going to transplant ideas from other parts of the world and say it works in the kingdom. We know that we have to be culturally relevant, and we have to honor the culture. This is an incredibly vibrant, unbelievable culture of Saudi Arabia. It's a privilege for all of us to be here. I think the opportunity we have, and I like to share with our team, is that our job is really to, at another core level, we are exporting the culture of Saudi by importing people into the kingdom, right? So everything we do will be culturally relevant. Our food and beverage menu will be culturally relevant, right? Yes, we'll have global flavors, but it has a lens from a cultural perspective. We have a musical sonic brand that's tied to the building. We're probably the only building in the entire world that will have one from a venue perspective. It's culturally relevant, right? Like we spend a lot of time talking about, is it authentic, not only just to the kingdom, but to the Eastern province? And so everything we do is through that lens first, and then we think about, okay, how does it go outward?
Totally unrelated question, but have you had a kapsa yet?
Have I had what?
Have you had kapsa yet?
No.
No? Okay, well, you need to get on that. So I also want to touch on what actually underpins investor confidence, which is reliability and execution. And Hashim, this comes to you. How does the reliability of logistics and cargo infrastructure shape the reputation of a market and ultimately influence investor confidence? And I think this is a very relevant question for the geopolitical context we find ourselves in today.
Definitely. Our slogan in Saudi Cargo as a national carrier, life goes uninterrupted. And allow me to share some of the numbers that we have done for the sports community last year. We have moved over 2,000 tons when it comes to supporting and enabling events across golf, various football events, car races, motorsport, and numerous events, and when it comes to supporting those sporting events. Our role is basically, we went through almost 460 flights from over 50 cities across the globe, just to make sure we connect the world together into Saudi Arabia. Having that reliability while maintaining an on-time performance and operationally over 90%, which is one of the global elite numbers, shows there is a reliable system when it comes to supply an air cargo freighter to the kingdom. So when it comes to that regard, I'm sure we got it covered. As a national carrier, we don't look for basically a transactional partnership. We look for a strategic partnership. We work together into a strategic alliance and a strategic goal, which is achieving the country vision.
And I just, what is what you told me backstage, the motto of Saudia? I want everyone to know. The motto, you said there is a motto of Saudia.
Life uninterrupted.
Life uninterrupted.
حياة بلا توقف.
Yeah, I think that's it's very, very accurate. So we see that sports creates attention, but it's the systems that determine whether that attention becomes real demand. And now I want to move into partnerships between sports and tourism. And building a sports tourism destination clearly requires more than just the sport itself, Thomas. What kinds of partnerships are most critical to making that ecosystem work?
Well, airlines is a great example, for example, as Hashim was mentioning. A quick thank you to him, by the way, because when I was on my last trip to the United States, Air Canada lost my golf bag, and it's currently on the way back with Saudia. So thank you for saving the day on my quite expensive golf bag. No, but kidding aside, When we go and have our international tournaments, we take the tourism sector with us. That's one of the things we do. We just, last year in November, had our tournament in Shenzhen, China, the PAF Global Series, and we brought the Saudi Tourism Authority, STA, with us. So to tell the story, there's a lot of Chinese travel coming into Saudi Arabia right now. So we're driving this. There's direct KPIs that are measured against that. So those types of partnerships with logistics providers, with tourism authorities, with other types of sponsors, Lucid is another one to just name a few, that have worked very closely with us in order to drive the Saudi story as a whole and not just limit it to Saudi Arabia. We take FII with us, the Future Investment Initiative. We have a program called Elevated Greens where we have B2B summits at our golf tournaments, from London to Korea to China to Las Vegas, and a tournament right here at home in Riyadh as well, where we bring the business platform together again, and that has led to significant investment, whether it's going directly into the golf sector or building an economy for the kingdom. We see very positive outcomes based on that. It's a platform for sharing intelligence and expertise and networking and bringing people together. So I think being out there and making that effort to create these networks is huge for us. And then there's partnerships that are on a global basis that help us gain credibility here in the kingdom with major players like Topgolf, for example. So here in Saudi Arabia, we are the major franchisee for Topgolf. It is our job to work closely with them to open venues here. The very first one, and you heard it first here at SIF on the stage, will be opening later this year in King Saud University here in Riyadh. It will be the largest Topgolf in the world, significantly larger than what's currently out there. And those type of partnerships we're currently working on very, very closely and continuing to scale within other regions as well. So there's a lot going on where partnership really matters, where we're bringing in some outside expertise to help us learn what we can do, but then also to challenge and question the status quo and see what we can do better. Our CEO always says we're here not to catch up, but to leapfrog, and this is exactly the name of the game. So we're looking for partners that share that mindset. We're looking for investors that share that mindset. We're looking for sponsors that are supporting this type of vision in order to make it happen, and it's been a great ride so far. I mentioned to you earlier, last year, day one of SIF was actually my first day at work here at Golf Saudi. Now a year later, we've come a long way, and from having a lot of these valuable discussions over the last year has actually turned into execution and showable results.
I think I'd also like to ask, where do these partnerships perhaps tend to fail, or where are there alarm bells where you know that you need to maybe slow down on a partnership or pull back?
Well, partnerships tend to fail when you don't communicate well, right? When we go out and have discussions with partners, first of all, we're very transparent in saying, look, the expectation, we're coming to the table as a very ambitious nation building the golf sector, and that's certainly our goal, but again, the benchmark and the current level of golf is quite low. So what we're building is really something that we feel like bringing partners in is almost a no regret at this, because the risk is quite low, because we know if we build the golf inventory and if we bring the solutions here, there's a lot of built-in pent-up demand that will pick up and make these a success. The question then becomes, how do you communicate the long road to overall sustainability, and how do you tell the story of really scaling from like the low-hanging fruit all the way to capturing the rest of the market? And that's where we're looking at certain metrics that tend to be very natural to the golf world, but very unnatural to the outsider. So for example, we're looking at how many golf courses there are in any nation per million residents. And when you look at the US, you have about 40, by far the most. If you look at mature ecosystems like Korea and the UK, you have 10 to 11. And what we call emerging markets, you have 2.2 to 2.4 golf courses per million residents. That's the case in Qatar, that's the case in the UAE. And if you've been to the UAE and played golf there in the last year, you know the courses are full, green fees are high, there's huge demand. And when you look at Saudi, we have 0.2 golf courses per million residents. Oh, wow. So just looking at just this mere fact really tells us we could easily increase the golf course inventory by tenfold and still have a full golf course economy to go. So this early way to communicate this type of excitement and market is really important for partners to understand.
Matthew, I want to lean in again on your experience. From a venue perspective, from running a venue, how important is collaboration with tourism authorities, event organizers, and operators in maximizing the long-term value of a stadium?
Yeah, you know, the venue, from my perspective, really can serve as a catalyst, but also the connective tissue, right? So without the venue or that stage or the platform, really, like you got to think of the venue and really the entire, in Aramco Stadium perspective, the entire campus, but think of that as a platform that you're able to layer on the right resources and the right ecosystem to support and on top of. And so, you know, from a tourism standpoint, that means that, you know, you need to have extremely good relationships, obviously with your tourism authority or tourism development fund like we have here in the kingdom, but also the people that are going out and pursuing these either global events or regional events. Those don't happen, and they don't keep coming back unless you have the right platform and unless you deliver the right type of environment. And then on top of it, you can't get lost in the idea that it's just for the people that are there present. You also need to think about it through the lens of you're promoting, as you know, really is the digital age today, through a screen. And so how do you create the right environment visually from a broadcast perspective that people want to come and go to? And so you got to, from my perspective, you got to attack the problem from both sides of the value chain. And the venue really sits in the middle as the platform, and then you're adding either top, bottom, left, right to it with those partners. And on top of that, you're also looking at it through the lens of having great production partners. On the most basic level, and our partners at Qadsiya do an incredible job of this, you know, make the experience as easy as possible, right? Yeah. So for Qadsiya matches, they have an incredible program where people can park in a location off-site, jump on a bus, drive to a match, get off that bus, go into a stadium, experience, get back on the bus, go back and park. And so it mitigates the entire parking and transportation issue. And so again, when you think of these platforms, you got to build them in a way where you can scale appropriately, but you also have to have the right partners, and you got to be intentional on the front end and think about all the different pieces of the value chain when you're doing it.
And Aramco Stadium is almost finished, I believe. How early do you bring those partnerships on, or I guess it varies from sector to sector?
Yeah, so it does. You know, we're out now. Obviously, we've been very fortunate with the relationships that Aramco has in the kingdom to have incredible relationships with various ministries and you know, tourism authority. I think the one thing that's kind of a secret sauce for us is we have an incredible peer group in ITHRA as a cultural institution here in the Eastern Province. And particularly from a cultural aspect, they're already integrated with Saudi tourism, with a variety of other areas, right? So they're a group that we can lean on. We actually have a member of our team here who was instrumental in helping and operating ITHRA. And so we have a little bit of a secret weapon of how we've been able to kind of shorten those relationships and get those relationships on board. But the other piece of it is it's all about, you know, Thomas said, it's all about communication, right? So people need to understand what we can provide. They need to understand clearly what we are asking of them. And we have to be specific on why we are asking for it and the timing related to it. And so those conversations, to put a finer point on your question, those conversations are either ongoing right now, have already started, and some of them will start to come a little bit later. We need to get through, you know, kind of the most important piece, which is let's get the building open, let's host AFC, and then we'll get into an SPL season and get into the first full year of the building.
So communication is a clear thread here. And Hashim, I also want to ask the same question to you. How early should logistics and connectivity players be involved in sports tourism planning? And perhaps what happens if they're brought in too late?
The short answer is very early. The more explained answer is tourism is all about an experience. And when you design an experience, you need to design the journey. And once you have that journey mapped out, you need to start to fit in all the partnership that you need throughout the journey. We have done that with multiple mega projects. We signed an MOU with Red Sea Global. We signed an MOU with the Royal Commission of Al-Ula, the regional development authorities such as Al-Ahsa and Hail, for that matter. All of these things, the goal behind it is to map it early on what is needed from the entire ecosystem to support the success of the experience. And in order for us to get to the seamless experience, you need to get all of your partners defined, the roles are defined, the responsibility is clear, and we work together to the success of the overall objective.
you've brought me to my next topic that I wanted to segue into, visitor experience. And Thomas, when I came to the Gulf Saudi booth, which everyone should go to, we were talking about the various programs that that Gulf Saudi is initiating. Can you tell me about some of them? Particularly, I believe Go Golf is one of the programs that you have.
Yeah, I might be biased a little bit, but I think Go Golf is the coolest, most exciting mass participation golf program in the world. What we do at Gulf Saudi, with the support of the Saudi Golf Federation, is teaching Saudis how to play golf. It's not an easy sport to learn, but it's a sport where we want to tell a very specific story. And the story is golf is accessible, even though in people's minds it's tough to access. Number two is golf is affordable and can be affordable rather than expensive and elitist. And then number three, golf is only for old people, when that's really not the case. You watch the major golf tournaments, they're all athletes. They all have muscles, they all train, they work out. It's a real sport. To hit the ball 300 yards, you really need to be an athlete in order to do that. And that's what we teach you with the Go Golf program. So we have a phenomenal academy that brings PGA certified coaches from all over the world to teach over a 10-week program, 12 lessons completely for free. And Matt, you know golf in the US. How many people in the US take even 12 lessons over their lifetime, right? Let alone be part of a dedicated program. So you really learn how to play golf, and you really learn the rules, and it really breaks down this entry barrier to a very manageable and easy level.
So anyone here in this room could go and participate in the program?
Anybody here in this room can sign up and participate. Come see us at the Gulf Saudi booth. We will direct you, we will sign you up, and we'll get you into the game of golf. Again, 10-week program, 12 free lessons. You will really learn how to do it. After that, we certify you as a golfer in Saudi. So you will get a golf passport, which is a digital app that follows you around, tracks your handicaps, tracks your shots, gives you discounts when you buy your green fees and tee times, gives you discounts when you buy at our future retail stores, and so on and so forth, really holistically bringing people together. And this program has been hugely successful. So we currently have 15,000 people signed up within the kingdom that want to participate, and currently we only have just over 5,000 registered golfers. So imagine that. We have 3 times as many people signing up, wanting to play golf. And that means we have to teach hundreds of thousands of lessons in order to get people to play. So our golf courses are full, they're exciting, it's for men, it's for women, it's for children. We bring everybody together, and it's becoming a really nice family activity.
So ultimately you're really building that audience for when, does golf have a tourism off-peak season?
Well, not in Saudi. Maybe in the summer you want to prefer to play some night golf, because in the daytime it's a little bit hot, but obviously we have perfect conditions from October to April to play golf outside and outdoors. And by the way, from a travel perspective, you will always find a place around the world where there's golf in season. So I'm not too worried about the inventory being there to hit your balls.
Matthew, I'm so glad we have you here on this panel, because you both have that international experience, and then of course you're working here in the kingdom. The mistake that a lot of foreigners make when they come here is they think that the region is a copy-paste model. It's not. Could you tell us what are the key differences in how sports venues create value in mature markets versus emerging destinations like the Kingdom, Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, so in mature markets, you know, venues as a whole are capitalizing on demand in many cases that already exists, right? So the demand's already been created. Even in a place like Los Angeles, we put an NFL stadium in the second largest NFL market that didn't have a team, and the 2 teams that went in there were not even in the top 5 in terms of fandom, right? So, and we filled the building with both teams every weekend. But on top of that, we also did another 28 or so concerts. And so we had the ability to fill the building almost 50 times a year. And if you think about that, again, do the math, right? Almost 1 event a week, which is a lot for a stadium. And the demand was already there. We just had to capitalize on it. The opportunity that we have in the kingdom with something like Aramco Stadium is we're actually helping create the demand.
Yeah.
So what we need to, and we're shaping behavior, and so the thing that we need to be mindful of is, again, the cultural relevance of what we're doing and how we're doing it, and how that's perceived. But we also need to think about it through the lens of of being mindful of, we can't just copy and paste and bring in international artists and say that they're going to be successful here, right? Like we have to have a content strategy that is mindful and aligns with the region, and not just we need to be mindful of the Eastern Province, right? We need to be mindful of the Kingdom, but also need to be mindful of our GCC partners, being mindful of holidays and events that are taking place, and what's important to them, right? We're all one area and one market when you look at it from more of a macro perspective, and so. For us, I think one of the opportunities is we're here to help create and shape some behavior and create demand. It's truly unique. Like what other place in the world, probably similar to what Gulf Saudi is experiencing right now, right? Like what other place in the world do you get to kind of create that demand? And so that, to me, that's the key difference is, you've got something that kind of already exists and you're maximizing it. For us, like we're creating it and then we have an opportunity to maximize it.
Mm. And I know you gave an example, but is there an international example that you can think of where it worked exceptionally well in one market but failed and needed adjustment in another?
Yes, I won't name anybody, but I will tell you. So there are.
Or what lessons can we learn?
Yeah.
Perhaps? Let's put it more diplomatically.
Exactly. So I would say this because one thing I love about the sports and live events industry is we try to be as uplifting of each other as possible, right? So when somebody fails, we try not to necessarily slam them for it. But I think the reality is, look, like there's been a few venues over the past really 5 or 6 years that what people did is they said just because it works in the U.S., it's going to work in Europe, and that's kind of the 2 examples I'm thinking of right now. And it took, in one venue specifically, owned by a U.S. company, it took them, admittedly they would say 2 or 3 years to actually make the pivot to understand how are they delivering for that specific market. And so I think what's really important in the approach that we're taking is we're starting with what's important for the market, and then we look on best practices and see how maybe that could work. And we're going to do it deliberately over time, right? We're not just going to unveil, it will be an exceptional experience that is unlike anything in the Kingdom, but we have some, it'll take us some time to roll out what we want to do because we want to be really mindful of the experience as a whole and get it right and be really intentional with it.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to the stadium opening. And actually, I've just read that the stadium, I think, recycled a lot of concrete or steel in the infrastructure.
Yeah, so about 18,000 tons of concrete was recycled. A lot of people say that's a lot to recycle. The reality is when you're doing concrete work, like you always have waste, right? So what we did, we have batch plants on site. So from a logistics standpoint, we don't have to have trucks on the street. And so what we were able to do is take that concrete that would, in other ways, sometimes find itself into a landfill, and we repurpose it. We actually recycle it, and it goes back into another batch of concrete later.
Great. So I think we established very well that sport is a key driver of tourism and investment. Visitor experience is key, and communication between partners and partnerships. And just to end, I want to know what should be the top 3 priorities over the next decade for the Kingdom to ensure that these events deliver sustained economic and investment impact?
It's a great question. But I would say what is really special here in Saudi Arabia and the spirit that's coming together here is, number 1, remain bold. We have to stay bold and do things differently and try new things, because if we don't try new things, you can't fail. And when you fail, you want to fail forward, right? So I think that's a real important quality you have. You look at Europe, you look at the US, you look at other markets, as Matt was talking about. You have a lot of regulations, you have a lot of different circumstances, you have to do a lot of studies. If we can break down these types of barriers and just be bold, I think that's the most important feature. And then obviously going back to communication and then excellence in execution, right? If we can't execute the great PowerPoints and videos that we're showing, then it's really worth nothing at the end of the day. But I feel like we're on a good track. You'll see more and more of that coming, not just in golf, and I think the future is really exciting the next 5 to 10 years.
Matthew, your top 3?
Yeah, I think for me, 1, leadership, right? So we have to have strong leadership in what we're doing. It's lonely when you're the leader sometimes, but you have to have the right ambition and you have to have the right drive to continue to see that through. And I think This kingdom has done an incredible job of doing that so far, and I think we'll continue to do that. I think the second piece for me is really thinking of things now through the ecosystem view and understanding how do we align priorities across the ecosystem to drive the best result for the greater good within the kingdom, which again, I think the kingdom does a great job of, but we're really hitting that next level now. And then the third piece for me within specifically sports and live events is also going to be like content's king. And so we have to have the right content, and it has to be diverse in what we're doing. And there's such a transformation going on within the kingdom. I think that sports has an opportunity to help lead that transformation in many ways, that's an area where we can continue to lean in and drive sustainable results. And
Hashim, we're going to end with your top 3 priorities.
I think the most important one we live it right now is agility. The ability to be agile and change your direction whenever is needed is very crucial. And focus and priority is really, really important during tough times. And last but not the least, definitely the right partnership. Having the right partner to get you through and work collectively to reach the right track.
Great. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I've thoroughly enjoyed this panel. I hope you have also. And I have a lot of ideas now for news articles, which I'm going to reach out to you so I can write them. Thank you so much. So as we've just discussed, sport is playing an increasingly powerful role in shaping destinations, driving tourism. I'll let this video finish.
اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So we've just discussed the powerful role that sport is playing in attracting global audiences and unlocking new investment opportunities. But to fully capitalize on that growth, the industry is becoming smarter, faster, and more data-driven than ever before. How do you identify the right opportunities? How do you maximize returns? And how do you enhance performance both on and off the field? And this is where technology, in particular artificial intelligence, enters the conversation. And our next panel is going to discuss that, how AI is redefining investment strategies, enhancing operations, and creating new ways to connect with fans at scale. And please welcome to the stage Mr. Danny Townsend, CEO of Surge Sports Investment Company, Mr. Leandro La Rosa, CEO of Octum Sports and CEO of the Organizing Committee of the Youth Olympic Games, Mr. Andrew Day, Operating CEO of AI.io and the Humane Sports Strategy, Mr. Ziad Arif, Advisor at Saudi Football Federation. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Richard Felton Thomas, and it will also be in English.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Richard Felton Thomas. I am part of the Humane Sport operations team. The group that I just mentioned, they're going to join me on stage in about 10 minutes' time. It's my job over the next 10 minutes just to talk you through Humane R and what we're doing in Humane Sport, why it matters, what it means for the industry, and why we think it's the biggest AI infrastructure play in all of global sport. So I'll take us through the slides. I'll just let the back team know the clicker's working. We've got a problem with that. So Humane first. I'm sure many of you know who Humane already are, but I'll just touch on it for those that don't. So it's a PIF-owned company delivering full-stack AI solutions across the kingdom and for the globe. This is from compute to cloud to advanced models to LLMs, creating a complete infrastructure for AI wherever it needs to be deployed across the world. And Humane Sport, it's a subdivision that was launched only in February 2026, using all of that humane infrastructure and operating systems and compute to develop solutions specifically for the sports industry. And I want to be clear on something very particular. This is not about creating products for a single problem. This is about the actual infrastructure that sits underneath everything at sports level, particularly when it comes to AI and sports technology. And I'm going to talk you through a little bit how that looks. There's a few slides here just around the product, how we're developing, how we're building it. Now, I'll be clear here, everyone talks about AI, particularly in the sports industry. So you've got whether it's a partnership announcement, whether it's a new product launch, whether it's on stage, ironically, at a conference like this, AI is on everybody's mind. But actually what we're seeing at the moment is lots of people are building siloed products to fit one particular problem that already existed in the industry. What's missing is an ecosystem that connects all the different AI layers and all the different products and technology that sits across a whole club, federation, a stadium operation, a venue. All these things are disconnected today, and it's time that that all is consolidated so the data that comes into those systems are compounded over time and becomes more valuable. And let me kind of show you how we're approaching that. So in the middle, we've got Humane Sport, and Humane Sport's got a core set of products and technologies, and I'm going to show you that a little bit more on the next slide. But as an infrastructure array around that, we're backed by Humane. So obviously Humane and what they're doing on the global stage and everything that they're developing, that gives us our superpower to know that we have the right to play in the sports division. So everything that Humane delivers, we will build on top of, particularly for sports organizations and rights holders. And around that, we will have what's called our operating systems, again, built on AI or Humane's infrastructure. But these operating systems will be particular operating systems that are there to serve the needs of certain parts of an organization. So whether that's for coaches and sports scientists, to whether it's the venue management teams, to whether it's the commercial teams, to those that are interested in digital and fan engagement through their apps, we will have an operating system that's there to solve their needs. But crucially around that is the insight layer. And we'll talk about this a little bit more in a moment, and the four people who join me on stage will much more adept at talking to this than me. But the insights layer around that is right now, everyone collects a lot of data, and for what? It isn't always used in the right way. It's not always giving meaningful insights to the people that are buying and deploying this technology. So actually generating insights that create actual operational change or help you win on the pitch is what is missing in the industry today. And that's all there to serve, whether it is the clubs or federations, whether it is those venue operations, whether it is commercials and their partners, whether it is that digital fan or it's the game day fan, as this whole ecosystem of products are going to be there to serve the whole stack across sports. And like I said, I'll just touch on this briefly. I think that there's more experienced people at Humane than myself that can talk more about these products, but Humane is moving at such a pace. This is not just theory, it's not just ideas. There's real products in the market that are serving federations and clubs today across multiple different industries. Just at FIRE recently, there's the whole Humane One platform was launched. That's huge for our industry and already been adopted across the kingdom and the globe. And I won't talk through all of these different products now, but I think it's definitely worth your time to investigate what those products are, what they do for you, and what they do for the industry today. But like I said, all of that from the last slide, we build on top of, particularly for the sports industry. So what you see behind me are the 6 operating platforms we're building. The Performance OS is there for the coaches and the sports scientists and the players, through to the Fan OS, so when you go and visit a stadium or a venue. We've got Danny from Surge today that will talk to this in better detail than I will. There's a Stadium OS and there's a Player OS, which is there to look at the whole talent pathway of a player. So from being in school to developing all the way through to hopefully playing elite sport or just playing grassroots or amateur sport on the weekend. But critically, top right corner, we've got the Data OS. That Data OS is the connective intelligence layer that brings all of these into one platform. So every single bit of data you get across a different operating system is connected, and it's just compounding the value for whoever owns that data. So how did we get here? Humane Sport, as I said, launched in February 2026, and we launched with an acquisition, a majority acquisition of Humane's first European acquisition, company called AI.io. I'm from AI.io originally, so CEO at AI.io, so I can say it best. That why was it AI.io that helped to launch Humane Sport? It's because actually our core mission and what we set out to do from day one was a great synergy and a great match for Humane and Humane Sport. And really what that was about putting AI in the hands of everybody. And when I say everybody, what do we mean there? So one of the first products we built, and I'm going to show you some layers of this product in a moment, is we deployed our computer vision technologies into a mobile phone that allowed any kid from anywhere in the world to just download an app, analyze themselves, and get opportunities to play real elite level sport, get identified as talented, enter competitions, and just gain global access to sport directly in the palm of your hand. That synergy of putting AI in the hands of everyone on the planet to democratize access was the match that we had with Humane. So if we look at these products, just so you understand this a little bit more, I talked on a previous slide about the different operating systems we got. Academy OS is one of those. Academy OS is there to serve football academies, soccer academies, sports academies, where they've got young players that they're trying to identify as talented, and they're trying to develop that talent to be the superstars of the future. We've got a 2034 World Cup coming up in the Kingdom. We're very lucky to have Zayed from the strategy team from the Saudi Arabian Football Federation today as well. So he'll talk a little bit more about that talent pathway and how potentially these types of products could fill their needs. But just so you understand the technology, we've got 3DAT. So 3DAT is a collection of computer vision models and AI models and our biomechanics engine. This allows us to analyze human movement from any device. So we can turn your mobile phone or your talent into an analysis machine, which has not been done before, normally on big laboratories and big systems. So just take your phone out of your pocket and you can analyze the next future superstar of the Saudi Arabian national team. And we deployed that into something called AR Scout. AR Scout is the mobile phone app that over 147 countries now have young people that are using this app to analyze themselves and get themselves opportunities to play a high-level sport or just better themselves in sport. And then we've got AR Lab. These are physical infrastructure and hardware. We actually build high-performance facilities. It scales to schools. It can be for federations. It can be fan events. Wherever the athlete or wherever the fan is, we can build these facilities. But critically inside there, again, we put computer vision inside there, gold standard sports science test equipment. That's all happening in real time. And the key thing, all three of these, all connected to that one operating system, so we can, from end to end, serve the academy's needs. And so far, like I said, this is not just talk. It's not just what we want to do. This is live in the market, this Academy OS, and the products that are associated to those. So as I already mentioned, 147 different countries have young people inside there using our products today, as well as elite performers. We've had over 40 clubs and federations that are part of that ecosystem. So over 8 million metrics have been gained in such a short time since we come out of our beta. This will scale into the hundreds of millions, billions of metrics over the next 2 years. And we've had real success. Over 750 players in the last 2 years have now had real contracts, real trials, real opportunities to play pro sport for national teams, federations, and clubs. So we just continue that momentum with Humane Sport. And sovereign AI by design. This is really important. So I mentioned we got Ziad on the panel today. We're actively collaborating and working with the different federations and the different national teams to understand what this means for them. We're hearing the same problems quite a lot, how data is disconnected, products disconnected. Data, we're being served by companies outside of the kingdom that don't really think about sovereign AI and sovereign data as its core purpose. We're not just building on legacy systems here. We're not trying to integrate other people's things. This is sovereign AI by design. It's data with a purpose, and actually working with the likes of Saudi Arabian Football Federation to shape this and design this is we're very lucky to be able to do. And I'll just touch on the data as well, because I think, as I said at the top about everyone says AI, and it's kind of ironic, I'm on the stage talking about AI. Everyone talks about data too. Everyone talks about collecting data, but collecting for what? And that's something that we've started to learn with as the customers we work with is we're collecting data, but the purpose is not always very clear. So when you're working at our national kind of infrastructure level, we kind of look at it in two ways. There's what we need to do with the upstream data and the downstream data. So upstream, it's got to actually serve the purpose of the people that in deploying your products and using your products. So is it giving you new insight that helps you create better performance on the pitch? Is it giving us new insights that helps us change the way our stadium operations works and give a better fan experience? That's got to give you an insight. It's got to be meaningful. It's got to be purpose. It can't be data for the sake of data anymore. But then downstream is what's massively missing is actually how all the data compounds across your organization. Because you've got siloed products, if you have one ecosystem, one AI infrastructure, one ecosystem, what you can do is have all those data products now actually compounding at every single stage along the value chain. That means you can start to monetize that data with commercial, with rights holders. Again, we've got Danny from Surge who can talk to that a lot more on how data is starting to shape the investment thesis. And I'll come back to this just because I mentioned Danny there. So I mentioned, obviously, these 6 operating systems that we're building. Academy OS has already begun. There's a couple here that are already starting to work with clients as well. But this is very ambitious. There's a lot here. And you can't always do this on your own. It'll be a lot more expensive, a lot slower. And what we've done is we've partnered with Surge, because Surge give us the insights around how investors view these products and technology in the ecosystem today, what rights holders need, what the commercial impact is. So what you've got here is 2 PIF companies together, actually augmenting each other with their different expertise, their different specialisms to help create this ecosystem to make sure it truly serves an entire sports ecosystem. And where do we go from here? So before I bring everyone on the stage, I think what my closing message really is, what I don't want people to think from Humane Sport is it's a product list, or it's a feature set and it's a feature list. Like I said, this is about scaling globally and systematically an AI infrastructure that serves global sport. And we use this a lot. It's sovereign AI for global sport and for the end of limits. So thank you for listening to me just to brief you on what Humane Sport are doing. It's going to be much more interesting to have our guests on the stage. So I've mentioned a couple of times as we've gone through here, but I will collectively welcome to the stage. So we've got Leandro La Rosa. He is the current CEO of Optum Sports. He was the CEO of the Buenos Aires Olympic Youth Games, and he was the former director of digital at the IOC. We'll have Danny Townsend. He's the CEO of PIF Sports Investment and Surge. Ziad Arif from Saudi Arabian Sports Federation. He's part of the strategy team there. That will give us some great insights to how this investment that's coming into sport is actually helping what he's trying to build. And then we have Andrew Day from the strategy team at Humane Sport and the CEO of AI.io. So hopefully between those 4, we've got a great mix. But if you can give a short round of applause, and we'll welcome to the stage, and we'll take a seat. Thank you. Don't think they came in. Here we go. We're on. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me on the stage. I introduced you, but I thought just to get us going, I think we should probably do the 60-second version of yourselves. What you do, where your position is in the sport ecosystem. So let's start at the end. So I've got a question for you, Danny, that I'm going to really launch into you first. So we might as well come this way, right? So Ziad, introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much, Richard. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Peace be upon you. First of all, maybe I would like to thank you for the invitation, thank everybody who was involved in organizing such an event. From my side, maybe a quick, brief introduction. So 17 years prior to joining the Federation, I was mainly focused in the financial sector. So it was mainly in internal control functions, governance, in terms of risk management, etc. We transitioned into corporate performance strategy, and after that, of course, realizing that it's all about data, always. There, we unlocked the dimension of data analytics, data science, and how we could leverage it in order to gain that competitive edge, and thus transitioning into one of the brilliant giga projects here, which is Diriyah. And this is where we've, let's say, shifted gears, moved into a more ambitious role, leadership, into being forward-looking. And this really unlocked multiple dimensions, which drove my passion into football, getting the opportunity to really add to it as well. And this is where I got the opportunity to be part of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, part of a great project, to contribute to it from 2 angles. One is the governance operating model, and which goes brilliantly hand in hand with the digital transformation that we're working on as well. So I'm truly blessed and honored to be part of this project, to be part of this great nation, and to be basically part of this talk as well, amongst great gentlemen here and audience as well.
Great to have you. Thank you. Mr. Andrew Day.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Andrew Day. I have the privilege of being wearing two hats, actually. One as the operating CEO for AI.io, and the other working as head of strategy for Humane, which is quite frankly, a fabulous opportunity, given the ambition for Humane in the kingdom and indeed beyond. My background, I've spent 36 years, I worked out just before I came on stage, dealing with data, using AI and machine learning to transform businesses across various industry sectors. And so before data was cool and AI was even a thing, I think I was one of the guys. And now I have, as I say, the privilege of running a business that brings together two passions. One is for the application of data, and the second is in human endeavor. And sports, of course, is all about human endeavor. So I'm very lucky to have the roles that I have.
Thanks, Andy. Mr. La Rosa.
Thank you very much. My name is Leandro La Rosa. I'm from Argentina. I started my Olympic journey in 2007, and then I had the privilege of being the CEO of the organizing committee for the Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires 2018 in my hometown. And after that, I became Director of Digital Engagement and Marketing Department of the International Olympic Committee. And I think that today we have a lot to discuss about how AI can help the development of sports.
Absolutely. Wonderful. And Danny Townsend.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks very much for having me along here today, and appreciate everyone attending. My name's Danny Townsend. I'm the CEO of Surge Sport Investments. Surge is the PIF's sport investment arm. We have an interesting mandate whereby we have a responsibility to not only get a return on capital for the PIF in our international IP investments, but also have a localization mandate to drive the sport economy domestically in Saudi Arabia. So obviously with data and digital being a really important part of the transitioning economics of sport more broadly, this topic is obviously one that is central to all of the investments that we make. So it's great to be here.
Great to have it. And considering we're at the Sports Investment Forum, so we will start with you, Danny. From the outside in, it certainly looks in our world that the capital flowing through sports now looks a bit differently in the last few years, where it was always franchises and media rights. And now we're seeing this big technology and AI play and infrastructure at its core, and how data needs to be used differently now. Has that thesis in your world changed? What's the landscape look like between, say, 3 years ago and today, and where's the money flowing now?
Yeah, look, if I take a step back and you look at the sport sector as an asset class, you'd be forgiven for not running a million miles. And the reason I say that is that when you look at any P&L of any company and their number one revenue line is in rapid decline, you probably would think about investing your money elsewhere, and that is sport. The media rights landscape has been in decline for the vast majority of sport assets in market. The big ones that are still generating big money, like the NBA's recent deal, UFC's deal recently. So there is still money there, but it's different type of money, and it's coming from different sources than it used to traditionally. So what that means is that sport needs to really focus on its strengths, and its strengths are in a number of different areas, and one of those real key areas is the loyalty of its customers. There are fans of sport all over the world that will prioritise where they spend their time with their sporting team that they love. And that loyalty is pretty unique to any sector. But unlocking the value of that customer loyalty is something that sport really hasn't done a lot of work on. So we're seeing a lot more focus on how sports work out that monetisation conundrum, particularly by setting themselves up to build direct-to-consumer relationships and leverage a lot of the innovation that's out there around personalisation and customising the way they communicate and engage their fans. So we see it as a really important pillar in the growth of sport. There are a lot of other things that I think sport has going for it that it doesn't necessarily think about a lot, and AI is another one where you're never going to replace the humanity of sport with AI or some form of it. I see AI having a real positive impact on the ability to engage fans with the product, but the product itself will always be sacrosanct, and that's not going to be the same for every sector. So I do think AI is going to have an enormously positive impact on our sector. And I think the live event experience is coming back again. And with coming out of COVID and the amount of time people spend on digital devices, I think the younger generation really want to attend live events, and that's great for sport as well. So it's not just about data and digital, it's going to be central to the monetisation of the industry going forward. But that presents a great opportunity for us all.
Wonderful, and I think actually there's a few things in there, and I think I'm going to work my way down here because I think there's a few anchor points, and I'd certainly love to come to data monetisation with Andy in the moment, given your specialist background. But Leandro, Danny talked there about the obviously AI now being able to reach more people and how we give experiences to fans and to athletes. With your background, your experience, you're obviously the CEO of the Buenos Aires Olympic Youth Games, and then through your role formerly with the IOC, you started to adopt technology and AI technology into that space. So the learnings that you've had over the years from very manual to very digital to AI, just talk everyone through kind of that experience and what you've seen evolve in that time frame.
Yeah, the big gap that I see today in federations and sports organizations is between ambition and real execution in relation to technology. What I mean is that we are all talking about that we want to take decisions, data-driven, but nobody has a whole pathway and a platform to interconnect all the different technologies that they want to use nowadays. But let me go back a little bit to year 2014, when we had the privilege and the opportunity to organize the Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires in 2018. In 2014, we said, okay, why don't we run a national talent identification that was never done in my country? So we went all around the country. We visited 14,000 schools, tested 700,000 kids, but we needed more than 2,000 coaches to be trained to do this type of testing. You can imagine the cost, you can imagine, many things. And this is the way data looks like. This is the report in 2015. So you can imagine how difficult it was for us to use it. But at the same time, I have to tell you that for Argentina, for my country, Buenos Aires 2018 was the best Olympic youth result in the history, thanks to that talent identification program that we put in place. Now, in 2024, when I was director of the IOC, and I was in charge of developing the Olympic AI agenda, I said, why don't we do the same thing, but using the technology that AI.io developed? So we put in place a team. We went together to Senegal. Why Senegal? Because Dakar is organizing the Youth Olympic Games too. In only 4 days, we were able to go all around the country, test close to 2,000 kids, and we found 46 that were amazing. So now, the National Olympic Committee of that country has 46 kids that they can really invest to develop. And today we are here talking about investment. And I think that there is a great opportunity today, starting in Saudi, now that Humane Sports have this technology, to run a program like that, to put two main things. One is to give the most important thing to many kids in the country. There is an opportunity to be discovered. But the other thing is also that at elite sports, this data will help the national government, the National Olympic Committee, and many other entities like Church and others to invest much better, because you will understand what are the real genetic capability of the people of this country. And you will never discover that if you don't apply a program like this with this type of technology, that today you can really be objective of what you have. Grassroots is one thing, and I think that the government is doing a fantastic job through Sports for All and many other initiatives that they have to reach everyone. But elite sports is different. Elite should be a very targeted and precise and efficient investment that we have to do. And this is the only solution that you have, and the great opportunity that Saudi has having humane sports here.
Great. There's something quite special still about a handwritten report, though, right? So I'm going to have to have a look at that later. I think that's perfect to come down to you, Ziad, as well, because what we're talking about here is actually how the ecosystem changing, how the investment thesis is changing, and what Leandro is seeing with AI maybe helping to scale things like talent identification. You're in it right now, right? So you're trying to build, you've got a huge mandate, you've got lots of objectives, you've got a World Cup coming, and you've got, I'm sure, technology partners and ideas coming from every single angle. So tell us what success looks like for you. What makes a good technology partnership, and what do you need it to do for your organization today?
Thanks, spot on, Richard. So I think from that lens itself, as I mentioned earlier, coming with a new perspective where passion meets professionalism, basically, from my end as well. I've always been a passionate football fan. But going into what they call normally the belly of the beast, understanding how everything is set up, how can we adopt technology, what are we doing currently? You have to go back to basics, and I agree with Leandro and the team were saying. We got to zoom out a bit, understand the core federation itself, its main objectives, how we're structured, and this is where I've highlighted that being in the opportunity of being part of the governance operating model really complemented and helped a lot with that initiative of that digital transformation. So understanding yourself as an entity, who you are, what are your main objectives, and then tying it with strategic objectives, initiatives, designing for the future, something scalable, sustainable as well. I think this is where we had to shift the minds, basically, shift that mindset, and this is where normally the difficulty occurs in change management or any transformation initiative. People, culture, this is something everybody's struggling with in all aspects, and across all sectors, we have the same discussions in regards to value realization of adopting technology, AI. What are the common issues? So far going into the federation itself, it's not that different actually when you look at other sectors and when we're engaging as part of my individual consultancy role with other entities as well. Same problems, just let's say phrased or framed in a different manner. When we look at technology adoption within the federation itself, it's more siloed. We try to adopt technology to solve yesterday's problems. It's not really designing that foundation, looking at what should my focus be, and as what Danny said, how am I investing on the right technology, the right infrastructure itself? Is it scalable, sustainable for the future? And this is where we start to also look at our partnerships in a different manner. Because before it was a one-off trade where sell me a solution, as you've mentioned earlier, to solve a certain problem, technology problem. And technology was always a catalyst for efficiency and effectiveness, for organizational excellence. So let's shift the mindset right now to be part of the strategic ambition of our nation itself, Vision 2030, Vision 2040. We started from an exterior, let's say, landscape. We have great infrastructure and foundation built for us. It's time for us, the sports sector, to start aligning with that role, start making our dreams come true. And this is where we look at partners right now for partners of the future, paving that way forward rather than just solving yesterday's problems. So having an integrated ecosystem, as you've highlighted earlier, is quite essential. Making sure that the right people are using the right technology, they have the single source of truth, what everybody calls that data point, where they can make decisions quicker. So accelerating that process itself to help decision-making as well, and it takes a lot. We see it on the pitch as well, because the main product output is the team, the top 24, playing on the field. Quick decisions, the coach has to make decisions, we got to equip the team also on the pitch. But I think what a lot of us are unaware of is that the team off the pitch, how can we accelerate and amplify? And I think a lot of the interesting discussions we had before this session was in terms of employment of, let's say, adoption of technology or AI. You got many pillars or primary activities within the federation. I'll maybe speak more into, let's look at the talent development path or the elite player progression, that player pathway. You're talking about a population of 35 million, 18, let's say, million of eligible age playing football. We have proper infrastructure and foundation to tag each and every individual, understand their needs, put them on the right development pathway, and ensure that we are really fair with choosing and confident in choosing the top 24 that represents us as a nation. So this is just one example of adoption of technology that I believe could majorly change the game and how we're playing it right now, and setting up, as you mentioned, the team for the future, hopefully to play well in the 2034 World Cup, inshallah.
Absolutely. And I think I'm going to circle back to the adoption side of things in a moment, because you touched on an interesting point there. But I'm just going to switch gears slightly to you, Andy, and I make no apologies for a difficult question here. But you're building in the technology that the federations, the organisations around the world are demanding and needing and wanting, and that's global. But then you're also having to balance the fact that this is about sovereign AI and sovereign data as well for the kingdom. How do you balance that? Is there a trade-off there? How does that come together?
Thanks, Rich. Firstly, I think, and hearing from Leandro and Ziad is fantastic, because a lot of the challenges that we see, excuse me, from a sports technology perspective are ones that they're now absolutely bringing to life. And I think where we start is that technology and infrastructure is an input into the process, right? It's not where the rubber hits the road. It's not where nations are changed. It's not where talent is identified. And so very much an enabling capability, super important to build the technology infrastructure to be able to run compute at scale, to store data, etc. But really it's about, as both Ziad and Leandro said, it's about the outcomes. The outcomes for us is where the interest sits, and that's outcomes for clubs, for fans, for players. And we see it in lots of organizations. I think everybody thinks they're special, that they have a problem that, the boss says we need an AI strategy or we need a data strategy. Actually, they need neither of those things. What they need is a strategy that identifies the business problems or the issues they're trying to solve for, and address those through an AI mindset or a data mindset. So if you look at the AI agenda that Leandro led for the IOC, it was called the AI agenda, but it was very much rooted in what problems are we trying to solve for the IOC? How do we give a better experience for athletes? How do we find talent? How do we make sure that scoring is spot on, and so on? So very much outcome driven, and I think that's super important. And if you think about the way we've approached that, firstly with my AI.io hat on, with a piece of technology like AI Scout, the problem we were solving there was a disconnect between talent and the opportunity for that talent to be seen. And of course, all the bias that comes with, scouts not going to particular games, or the fact that, the guy that's been doing the scouting job for 30 years has his own mindset as to what a great player looks like. And so the problem we were solving was making that connection between club and player. And we solved that, we happened to solve that with AI and with data. So it's very much an outcome-driven approach. And I think if you take a step back and think about how we do that across the entire sports infrastructure, or entire sports ecosystem, building sports operating systems that solve for the problems that federations, clubs, players, fans have is really where you need to start. And if you start there and then make sure you're using the technology and the infrastructure to deliver the outcomes that you want.
Here we go. Mic issues. Makes a lot of sense, and I actually think you touched on it there, and Ziad touched on this as well, is the adoption side is such a big piece of this, right? So, and I think we've seen over the years, particularly with sports technology, things being created, then almost sitting on the shelf, poor adoption, actually getting them embedded into an organisation. I think some of the theses for us there is that because you're kind of building a bit of technology for a problem that used to exist, that maybe doesn't exist in the future because AI is changing that, so adoption's always been slow, and AI seems to be amplifying some of that adoption issue, where across the workforce now, not just direct, as you said, Ziad, on the pitch, but actually your workforce, all these AI tools are coming at us, and people jump in, jump out, and then we pay for licenses and nothing happens with them. So I think just coming back to you, Andy, how do you tackle it? Is that the infrastructure play over just product play? Is that solving that issue, or is there more to it?
I think Ziad touched on this in his first answer, and that was, you have silos of technologies, hundreds of people using hundreds of different systems, and those things never connect. And as a result, technology and AI doesn't necessarily deliver the value that has been promised. The thing that we obsess with at Humane Sport is not the what, it's the so what. Coming back to this notion of outcomes. So what changes? what changes in the organisation as a result of adopting a piece of technology. What do we do better? How do we create more commercial value? How do we create more engagement with fans? And I say, if you start there, then and you deliver outcomes, then that drives adoption of the technology in and of itself, I think. If you're helping people do their jobs better and helping an organisation become more commercially successful, then of course people want to lean in. If I can do my job 10% better, hit my KPIs quicker, or deliver above and beyond my KPIs, and there's a piece of technology that's going to enable me to do that, of course I'm going to use it. The challenge with all of that is this notion of silos, right? We know that the average football club in the UK has circa 60 systems that store data. And so it's a real pain point for those organisations to even get the single version of the truth, right? We don't know actually much about the player in totality, or much about the fan in totality. We know little bits about the player from the bits of from the systems that we might individually use. And so we're really trying hard to fix that pain point as well as delivering the application layer. And so, Richard, you talked earlier about the notion of a data operating system for sports. The starting point for all of this has to be to create a ubiquitous layer of data, player data, club data, infrastructure data, fan data, etc. Provide that full 360-degree view, not of the player or the fan, but of the entire organisation, the entire ecosystem, and then build the application layers on top of that. And if you do that well, then you have to drive adoption, because people will see the benefits that are going to be delivered through those applications.
Great. And I think obviously a big focus and lens there that Ziad brought up was around obviously the federation and the performance and even the personnel in the organisation. And Andy, you then started to touch on, bigger than that as well, there's other parts of the sports ecosystem that are having this challenge and this problem. So probably switching to you, Danny, where obviously you have a number of IPs that are actually organising sports, running sports, they're running big venues and stadiums and fan engagement side of things. What does technology need to do for them today that's maybe not doing right now? Where should these people be looking to invest their money into that? And what's going on in that space for us?
Yeah, I think Andy just summarised it well, but you did also in your setup earlier on. What we need is a connected digital economy around sport, because we're going to need that connectivity in order to reach into the pockets of consumption that happen and monetize that effectively to drive the sort of the economic flywheel of the sport. So when I look at our IP, I look at what is the digital economy around that sport, and how can we build as much connectivity in that economy as we can. And that starts with participation. If you can get a registration of a participant in that sport and provide utility to that person, their parent, all the way through their customer journey in sport, from participant to fan to parent, over the course of 50, 60 years, then the value of that customer is much greater than an eyeball on a television, right? Which is how the old model used to work. IP would basically get paid a check, they'd go play sports, and then they'd leave the customer to the media platform. We can't afford to do that anymore. We have to own the customer, and one of the great things, or big opportunities we have here specifically, is we don't carry an enormous amount of tech debt in the kingdom as it relates to the sport economy. We have the ability, which a lot of other countries around the world would absolutely relish if they could do it, is to work with someone like Humane Sport who has got the ability to look at the ecosystem more broadly and then build out that operating system that they can all benefit from. But what becomes really important in that is that then when you start to think about the infrastructure projects that are coming online, we've got probably upwards of 50 or 60 sport and entertainment infrastructure projects across the PIF, the Ministry of Sport, others, that will come online over the next sort of 8 years. Having a single platform to which we can engage customers who are attending football matches, going to tennis centres, going to aquatic centres, going to theatres, and start to build that intimate knowledge of that customer behaviour to then serve that customer what we know they like. And to be able to sit back and look at that holistically is just something other countries can't do, because they've got so much private sector influence that they've already gone too far to wind it back. So I think we do have a very unique opportunity in the kingdom right now to build that operating system for sport and entertainment. I would add that to that, and then the ability to export that prove it out here, demonstrate we've got a connected digital economy around sport and entertainment, and then export that, which I think will serve us all very, very well.
Yep. Makes total sense. The idea, you're right, the power of the kingdom is to be able to move at pace and do that and connect all the pieces together.
And the governance also allows for that, right? A lot of other countries don't have the flexibility in their governance to be able to pull that off. Because I think to Andy's point, if you went to Manchester United and said, we want you to put your database in with Manchester City's database, it's probably a pretty quick conversation, right? Whereas here, I think there is that willingness to work together to build something genuinely unique that will actually serve us all really, really well. Yeah. And importantly, serve fans and participants and players of sports.
Wonderful. And definitely why I feel it is almost the biggest AI infrastructure play in global sports right now is these topics we're talking about. So Andy and Danny, you spoke a little bit about adoption and what kind of the technology partners and vendors and builders need to do to get adopted. But we've seen it on the other side as well. So now I'm looking at Leandra and Ziad here. So as being part of federations, organizations where your environment actually in the federation needs to create conditions for the technology to be adopted, right? So we've got a workforce and a staff that's seeing things evolve all the time. Difficult question, but I'll start with you, Leandro, because you're really staring at me there, so I feel like you've got it. What conditions do you need to create from your staff and your workforce to be able to be accepting of technology, to try things and to be part of that journey rather than just receiving it?
First, you need institutional commitment. If in a federation or a big organization like the Olympic Committee or FIFA or whatever, you don't have an institutional commitment to apply this for the benefit of the development of this of your own sports and the sports in general, this will never work. Then you need obviously the technology, but when we talk about technology, and I think it was raised here before, we need to cover with technology from A to Z. It's not useful to bring 20 different modules that do different things that are not interconnected. So that's why, and this is what we were discussing with SIF before, is that you have to connect from the moment that you are testing that talent until the end of the career of these athletes. Why? Because for me, data should be distributed and be feeding all the stakeholders in the middle. It's not that some data is being used by one department or some data is used by another department. So that's why I think that commitment and a concrete and a platform that can unite all these technologies is the most important thing to be able to implement it. And then internally, as in every organization, the most important thing is how we tell the story. Because if the whole system, the whole people who should buy it, should understand that we are all doing this, as I said at the beginning, but for the benefit of the development of this organization, this specific sport, and the athletes. Because at the end, we don't have to forget that everything we are doing with technology is impacting people's life, right? As I said, giving the opportunity to a young kid to become an athlete in the future, but also sponsors, also organizations, also financial investment, and many others.
Ziad, I saw a big nod there when we talked about the storytelling. So, so once the strategy team, which you are leading, has the idea, they know what they want to do, they've got the partnerships in place, that storytelling internally to bring them on the journey. Maybe you can spend 2 minutes talking us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I would like to complement what they've mentioned and the emphasis on storytelling. It's where you connect all the events that are happening within the organization and how you make that story complete, where it doesn't stop, as Andrew mentioned, into it's so what? How did all of this contribute to the main objectives of the Federation, our main goals? And I think this is quite important when we look at it. Like, I'll provide a simple example. Adoption of AI is not quite new to all individuals working in a lot of these sectors. So technically speaking, I mean, we could say 80% of individuals right now are using AI in their day-to-day work. But this is where we start to connect the dots on how are we using it, making sure that how is it beneficial for us when we're using it. This is where we create that platform where we start to highlight it, understand the supply and demand, that digital economy that Danny was referring to as well. So I think when we start positioning everything and structuring in a way where we get to understand our current problems, yesterday's problems, and future problems that might occur within our whole transformation map and journey to achieving those strategic objectives, it's quite essential to make sure that in partnerships perspective, we are partnering up with the right people as well and throughout this journey. And it's a fair exchange in the end. We're looking at a win-win-win situation. So again, it's about developing a winning team as well on the pitch, but as well, you want to look at it from all of your objectives as a federation, strategic objectives, from mass participation to producing a winning team, as well to creating a nice, healthy, governed regulatory environment for all participants to partake in. And this is where I feel like let's look at it from multiple angles and not just from that siloed view of just scattered dots. We need to connect them all to make sure that we're telling the right story at the right time is very important, but I would say at this stage as well.
Yeah, you make several good points there. I think I'm going to stay with you actually because I think the kingdom and your organisation, so where it's the wider kingdom and lots of different objectives in the kingdom as well as then in football, it's always been very clear and very ambitious on the objectives that we need to get to. Right, so it's always been very well displayed and it rallies everybody behind a common message, and that's part of that storytelling. But you've got the FIFA lens as well.
Absolutely.
So when FIFA come into this, they've obviously got objectives that they need you to achieve as well. How do those two come together? Like, are they at logs with each other, or do they fit quite well?
Great question. So coming into the sector, initially, that was my first question as well. Normally, from a governance standpoint, you start to look at, as you've mentioned, that foundational layer, understanding where the guardrails are. And what's brilliant about FIFA and working under such a federation is that they have over 200 Congress members right now, federations across the globe. Let's say, objectives vary, the capabilities vary as well across all of these nations worldwide. So FIFA sets guardrails, but at the same time, they play an empowering role, an advocate role in terms of pushing for data protection, pushing for as well deployment and having more data solutions to be deployed to enhance the game, enhance the experience for all participants. So from that lens, we had to understand the ecosystem, understand the whole football ecosystem and what you're positioned. And what you just touched upon, which is great, which is shifting that mindset as well as part of the nation's vision in terms of being leaders and pioneers in the industry and not just reactive following positioning. As we've mentioned earlier, I need to be more proactive. I need to take more risks, which from a financial perspective, I would say from the sector, we understood that it's quite important to have sandboxing areas, regulated environments to incubate or host these kind of innovative ideas, to understand their potential, their growth, the lessons learned all in all, and how to apply it and adopt it within our ecosystem. So it's that system, once you put it in place, give the confidence to all of our, let's say, digital partners. We try to create that kind of landscape where enables innovation, creativity, problem solving, and at the same time takes us to that leading role that we aspire to achieve. So this is where I would say the relationship is being formalized in a great way that enables us to move forward, inshallah.
We've got just under 10 minutes left here, so I think what I'm going to enjoy finishing on is from each of you just 2 minutes on, let's jump forward 12 months, where it's in the investment side of things, where it's government, organisation, federation organisation, product building, whatever it may be, is how do we know we're being successful so far? I think that would be really interesting. But before that, I'm going to jump to one extra question from you, Andy, just picking up a few things here. So everyone talks about democratising access, and the federations and the organisations or the venues and the fans, we want more access, we want more people to access things. Typically access sometimes means giving things away, right? So how does someone build a sustainable business and still give that access? And everyone kind of talks about the data in that space, and given your background, I think maybe you can spend 2 minutes on the balance between those two, and then we'll get into the future from there.
I think it's a super important point in this world of the digital economy, the notion that we can collect data on millions of citizens. But you have to find a way to do both, right? You want to deliver a commercial business, but bring the people that are engaging with your business, whether that's players or fans, along on the journey with you. And fundamentally, as we've heard, this is not new news, but sports businesses are data businesses. If you think about the role that somebody has, they might be a professional sports person at the weekend, but they might take their kids to a game, they might be an at-home fan, they might go to other venues. If you can collect and collate the data on all of the different personas they have, then you end up with a data set which is immensely valuable for both them and us. And I think increasingly consumers are recognizing that there is a value exchange. I'm prepared to give you some of my first-party data or some of my zero-party data in return for something. And as long as we're mindful of that, then I think both can coexist. If you put some numbers on that, there was a report in 2022 on the value of citizen data in the kingdom. And the number that was used in terms of the value of data, bear in mind this was 2022 when AI was, relatively speaking, nascent, was 13,000 riyals per citizen. And if you then compare that with what Meta was seeing in the same year in terms of the average revenue they were driving per user from monetizing the data, they were $217 per person. So there is immense value in there. And so our job, I think, is to work with the federations and the clubs to help them garner that data from the users, whether they might be the professional sports people or the fans or the visitors to stadiums, but do that in a way which is respectful of the relationship. I think the key point here is that you have to ethically use the data in a way that there is a fair value exchange. And very simply, I think you do that by putting yourself in the consumer's shoes. Would I, as a consumer, be comfortable with my data being used in that way? And if the answer to that is yes, and I can see the value I'm getting back, then of course the two models can coexist. And that really is what's underpinning our thought around building this global sports operating system for the kingdom, and then taking that across the globe, that data backbone.
That's a great answer. Thank you, Andy. So we've got 60 seconds each to bring it home. So we'll just kind of go down the line here, I think. So Danny, next 12 months, if we sat here and did this in 12 months' time, how do we know the last 12 months has been successful?
12 months will go like that. That's part of the problem. We won't get a lot done in 12 months, but we're going to certainly start. I think, as I touched on earlier, I think the opportunity that exists here in the kingdom is so unique. The governance framework that exists here is unique, and I think where we are in our business cycle as it relates to digital transformation in sport and entertainment is early. So we have the ability, I think, to come together as a collective, whether that be public or private sector, whether that be ministries of sport, general entertainment authorities, and really think about our customer as someone that we can really get to know together, and then super serve them with the things we know they like. And I think if we do that, and we've already had many discussions, whether it be through Humane Sport, SIF or other ministry federations, other PIF entities that are building or have built entertainment infrastructure, then those conversations need to keep going, and we need to start putting down some foundations from a technology perspective, data and digital infrastructure that is going to create that operating system that ultimately we can export as a nation. So I think if we're in 12 months' time, we should be a long way down that path.
That's great. Leandro, you're supporting leagues, clubs, federations everywhere at the moment. So what does that look like for you?
My dream in 12 months. I would love to see several countries, national Olympic committees, football associations, leagues, implementing this technology that we are discussing today, humane sports. First, as I said, to give more opportunities, because this technology can democratize the access much more than anything else. At the same time, as I said, not only starting with talent identification, but then going the whole path to professional sports. And as I said before, locally in Saudi, I think the opportunity is amazing, having this idea of having humane sports. And as I said, Surge is investing a lot to position the country as it was supposed to be in Vision 2030 as the main world sports hub, and they are achieving fantastic results. Then under that, as I said, there are some programs for general population. We have a National Olympic Committee very active but we need to put in place a pathway to find those athletes and to make them perform and to succeed. As I always say, sports, because we're here to discuss about investment. Why do we invest in sports? Because sports is the best tool to position a country in the world. So imagine the value of an athlete on a podium receiving a gold medal and your national flag and your national anthem for 5 minutes in front of 3 billion people watching live.
Special.
So that's why we need to invest in sports.
Yeah. Wonderful. And Andy, I'm going to try and leave a little bit of time for Ziad here.
I'll be super quick. So three things for me. Short term, our passion project was working with Leandro and the IOC in Senegal, the Dakar Youth Olympics in the Q4 of this year. Some of those 46 athletes will hopefully step out on the field of play at that, and that will be a moment in time for us and our business and the work that we did with Leandro. That will be phenomenal. Beyond that, we have the green shoots of a fantastic relationship with SIF, and are starting to launch our sports operating system in the kingdom. And I think in 12 months' time, you'll see that really starting to get a grip in the and delivering against some of the things that Danny talked about. And then longer term, we have a underpinning where all this started for AI.io and therefore Humane Sports. We have a talent identification platform which we'll use in the kingdom, and thinking far further forward than 12 months, maybe in 8 years' time, a number of the players that step out on the field of play for the kingdom's football team at their own World Cup will be found through the technology that we deploy in the next 12 months.
Great. I think you've been set up well there, because 2034 is a big year, but there's a path to that. So the next 12 months, what does that look like?
Well, hopefully, I would love for us, of course, 12 months from now to roll out and showcase to all of our stakeholders, let's say, pilot initiatives of how we successfully deployed AI as part of our first success stories written, that full story and how it contributes to the whole ecosystem. And my wishful side of me as well is that it also contributes heavily into our teams that are performing on the pitch as well. So we get to also showcase that and invite a lot of these opportunities of our brilliant minds across the nation to contribute to whatever success story we try to write right now during this transformation phase, this transformation period. So in 12 months from now, I see a bright future ahead. I feel like we're unlocking this new dimension and potential of the sports ecosystem, leveraging artificial intelligence, technology, and data analytics. So it's quite exciting. I'm quite optimistic on the future outlook, inshallah, hopefully.
Great. It's exciting.
It is.
Good. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stage. Really appreciate all of your time, and thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you, guys.
تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So we've just heard how artificial intelligence is transforming the way decisions are made across the sports industry, from performance and operations to fan engagement and revenue generation. But insight alone isn't enough. To truly scale these opportunities, you need capital. Because behind every innovation, every new league, every infrastructure project, there are investment strategies and funding mechanisms making it possible. Our next session, Investment Funds Financing the Future of Sport, will examine how investment funds are entering the sector, how they will manage sports assets, and how innovative financing models can support long-term sustainability. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Ihab Hassuba, Chairman of the Board at Tatima Financial Company, Mr. Rafea Al-Ghamdi, CEO of R Sport, Mr. Abdul Wahab Abed, CEO of Sedco Capital, Mr. Fahad Boushakar, CEO and board member of the National Financial Company. And the session moderator is Mr. Abdallah Abu Talebs. And the session will be in Arabic. So for our international guests, we have the headsets at the entrance with live translation.
خلي وانا السيدات والسادة. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, peace, blessing, mercy be upon you all. Welcome all to this fifth session of the second edition of the Sports Investment Forum. I'd like to welcome my dear guest, Mr. Ihab and Mr. Rafi Al-Ghamdi, the Executive Officer of our sports, and Mr. Fahad, Executive Officer of the National Financial Company. Welcome all on board to continue the previous sessions about the investment funds and financing the sports sector, how to make the investment funds finance innovative solutions, investment solutions to be part of the emerging sports projects. Equally important, the financial regulations and how funds can be a key driver on asset. Today we'll be speaking about the most important transformation about sports, about investment funds for the future of sports, for the future the sports, financing sports. It is always related to passion. But again, with the increasing growing transformation in the sports sector, the transformation has now attracted more concepts such as sustainability, governance, return on investment. Sports is not just like entertainment. It has been part and parcel of the promising economy. And probably most of us have now looked or watched the meeting with His Excellency Mr. Yasir Al-Rumayyan talking about like the development at the PIF, moving from foundation to competency building and capacity building, speaking also of the exit strategy. Now we are in such a historical stage with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia acquiring 70% of Al Hilal, and then Al Aramco acquiring Al Qadisiyah, and more yet to come, more acquisitions yet to come. And I'd to start the talk with Ihab, when we talk about international models, we as readers or participants or audience, when we speak about like sovereign and sovereign funds, PIF comes into play because it has such a great international and national investments or investment projects. Citigroup, which is like investments in Manchester City and the Qatari national company in Sajaman and others. If I have a question, or I have a question for you, what are the most important models that we can benefit from as a good, and I mean, as an example, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent, I would like first to express my appreciation to you. All the investments have such successful experiences, and all the entities you have referred to got engaged into these sectors to enrich the sector, providing investment experience, and then exited these investments. And this is the natural cycle for any investment projects. Many examples strike my mind, three of which have been selected to talk about in brief albeit. First, Formula One with Liberty company. Liberty has completed the acquisition in 2017 and announced in 2024 it acquired about 8 billion plus 4.4 billion as acquisition, ownership rights, and announced returns in 2024 revenues, 3 billion and 400 millions in dollars, of course, in addition 600 millions plus 200,000 and 1 billion 600 viewers. And this kind of transformation or change is because of the focus of Liberty on the completion of the acquisition of revenue making or return making. At the same time, to enhance the experience of the fans, whether physical or in-person fans or virtual fans. So they increased the revenue. They increased the number of the fans, and the revenues have been increased now and become a source for the revenues of sports and for the company itself. And this is a successful experience that has been there. And we need to understand the diverse revenue resource or source is always a hedging strategy, and also gives us a wider segment of the people getting into this investment. The second example I would like to cite is the transformation of a club. The club itself announced record profits in 2024, and this was it was the third year in a row the club making profitability. AC Milan experience is that the financial transformation or change in the club was built on commercial discipline and also infrastructure investment. So it did not depend only on playground or pitch investment opportunity. There were great commercial and business opportunities and tracks generating more and more sustainable revenues, and also more infrastructure investment, making the revenues like more and more 3 years in a row. And this is a living example for the financial transformation sustainability. The good example, the third one, which is a bit more example, this is a very important, which is City Football Group. This is a multi-club platform with Silver Lake. It invested $500 million. The idea was innovative, and the assessment was about 4.8 billion to develop the infrastructure, the styles, everything almost, even live stream, broadcasting, and these good examples give us a good idea about why we need to invest in sports. Mr. Ihab, you talked about AC Milan. The performance of AC Milan recently, based on the results, were not good, albeit even though the results were not good, they did invest for a long time. I mean, great. So the results are not only the good source for revenues, and the results do not only, of course, cause performance indicators. Mr. Rafi', you have a great effort in creating a model bringing like a restate technology and sports. Based on your experience when it comes to development of project, how is it possible to translate opportunities in the sport sector into attractive investment projects and opportunities? First, thank you, Mr. Abdullah, and thanks for everyone. I don't believe that we have any problems when it comes to investment funds. We have a problem in creating the good idea for the investment funds. The sports projects are so many and the sports assets are so many. When we talk about the sports sector, we were really surprised when we found a lot of assets not untapped. So any sports real estate opportunities should be separated from operation, and so it is very important to create sports opportunity. So it is very important to separate the ownership and the operation. When separated, you create a model sustainable assets, and also as operational revenues. Some own the assets, do not give the return because they have the assets. When you separate, of course, more returns come into play. Good examples to cite, I mean, some projects we got engaged, a sports facility fully integrated. The number of the stakeholders across the different universities are the university students. Those who are beneficiaries are 160,000 students, parents, professors, and the only beneficiary are 1,000. I believe this is a big waste. We conducted a financial plan, a study. So any project, it is very important to have three things, and Mr. Ihab knows more about this. They should have a clear-cut financial plan for the cash flow and ROI, and also for the return on investment. Number three, how sustainable the project is, the number of risks, how many risks. Number three, the appropriate operational model or method. Today, we have translated the idea from a sports center used by 1,000 into something that is used by so many entities, so many individuals, and all the community around. It is a sports facility, for example, a closed hall was used just for sports. Now it has become like a place to be used for different concerts, different balls, different purposes. So today we have a lot of funds, and they have such a great passion and interest to attract more. So sports is a real opportunity. It is a real opportunity today. So the funds are there, but the ideas are still not crystallized. So here comes our role in crystallizing and preparing such opportunities, and whether sport related or real estate related. Sometimes when we rush into collecting profits would cause sustainability. You're right. Some opportunities in reality, for example, the paddle courts. The first 2 years, of course, a lot of paddle courts. The number of the paddle courts that have maintained continued, while others, when they took the capitals, the profits, they just remained there for a couple of years and then they were closed. Thank you so much, Mr. Rafi'. Mr. Fahad, moving ahead to you. How can investment funds strike a balance between long-term sustainability and return on investment? First, thank you so much for the invitation. Honored to be there on board with you today. investing or sports investment in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I believe now we have moved from one investment deal into investing into like fully integrated ecosystem of investment. So when we say like a fully integrated ecosystem, so we are talking here about crossroads, intersections, whether infrastructure, tourism, hospitality, operational capabilities and abilities, operation ability, quality of life. So this is all called the fully integrated ecosystem of investments. Relating to balance, or how we strike a balance, the first thing which is very important to drive the drivers and the enablers for the investment structure that is appropriate. This is a very important, this is a must-have structure. Investment funds should have a clear-cut strategy. Then comes the short-term returns. They are very important. But again, what is more important is sustainability. Sustainability, as truly said, is the one that pushes continuity for in income, in developing the operation capacities and capabilities. Well, when you develop the operation capabilities, then you do not manage economic assets or social assets in one full season. The purpose is to manage it like around the year or while you're investing. Equally important, the true investment structures or any investment fund, I believe you have first to have clear-cut commercial and business assets. As my friend said, when you want to structure the opportunity, it is very important to understand the commercial and business assets. You have to understand how to divide it and strike a balance between your plan and investment and then the exit strategy. 2, you have to understand such investments. We as financial companies, we are specialized in the investment structures, but again, do we have the ability, the ability to operate? So it is very important to understand the operational abilities. So I should understand who, the partners also. So when you understand your operational capabilities and abilities, you understand and you ensure also, number 4, creating sustainability. So we are talking here about what is it that makes investment sustainable and continue. So we are talking here about real demand. Real demand per se is based on what? On Saudis and residents in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and also seasonal demand. So such sustainability, if created well by community partnership and engagement, and the women engagement and contribution in the sports sector, also talented people and talents, the more you develop such talented people or you create more pathways, more facilities to help develop such talented people, then you create like a surplus of talented people. To conclude, fast track returns in any investment are important, but again, what is more important is sustainability, which means that such assets are always there, investable and invested to create more engagement. Thank you so much, Mr. Fahad. Future opportunities are so huge, so important for students, you name it. So investments will play such a great role in the upcoming stage. Mr. Ihab, you talked about AC Milan and City Group. We take that the local market is prepared. Is it prepared for such models in terms of regulations, systems, or infrastructure? This is the most important, possibly the most important question. Replying to this question, I need to shed a fresh light on the transformation happening to the sports sector recently. The sector has been changed or has developed and has changed from quality of life into multi-layered economic sector, such as like professional clubs, development of facilities, the elite athletes and players, hosting international events, community engagement, you name it. again, the attractiveness of the sector, of course, in sports are distinguished by the opportunities because they are not like confined or limited to one market, but in different markets, in different markets, including, of course, the ownership of clubs, marketing clubs, the rights of events, playgrounds, stadiums, multi-purpose facilities, community sports, sport tourism facilities, intellectual rights. All these have been part and parcel of the sports sector across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What does it mean then? This means that in investment, when investing in the sports facilities and the sport activities, it means that it's become wider and more diverse. So what should happen then next time? Now we are in such a stage where we need to classify the investment opportunities in a different way other than the traditional one. Meaning, we have ample opportunities, so we have to create pathways, tracks for investment opportunities, and each pathway should be aligned with the investment opportunities available. So alignment and consistency should be there in terms of the nature of risk around this kind of investment, or even like capitals, the period of investment, and also the nature of the impact yet to be created by such investment across the sports sector. We should also understand the ecosystem of the sports is not limited to clubs, but also on the organization and regulatory and regulating entities, even our business partners, the capital owners, they all get engaged into the position of impacting the sports sector. With this in mind, investing in this sports sector is not just based on assets, but also it is based on the entities governing and controlling such assets, whether financing or operating it. Thank you so much, Mr. Ihab. When we talk about Al Khaloud Club, for example, it has attracted a lot of investment funds from different pathways. I think there were regulations coming from the Capital Market Authority. Well, regulations help to attract investors to be so much bold. Some fans are few in terms across one club, for example. There is a kind of story behind the critical change across the football club, for example, or the sport club. It created more confidence, more trust, where you can now invest in clubs. We will see this over the upcoming years, 2 years. We will see what will happen to Al Khaloud in terms of the investment opportunities. This is something that the investors should work on, and this is the mentality that they will work in terms of this experience. Even the PIF experience with Al Hilal, it's such a great experience, of course, and it has doubled. So PIF has created successful investment, promoting the returns in such a big club at the level of the world or the level of the continent. And now this is a great investment opportunity for the next stage or for the next partner. Thank you, Mr. Fahad. Mr. Rafi, back to you. Great efforts are made by you when it comes to the technology and the ecosystem of sports. Speaking of the challenges you're facing, what are the key challenges that can be translated into opportunities? Could you tell us more about the opportunities while getting engaged in your projects in the sports sector, please? I believe the biggest challenges are not there in the financing, rather in the opportunities readily made for investors. A lot of opportunities are made available. We have a lot of ideas, but they are not templated and modeled. A good example to cite: technical ideas or technology related ideas. We have received so far more in just a couple of months 830 ideas, technical and implementable ideas that are needed by the market just like 10%. So we are talking here about the most appropriate model ready for investment and the appetite for the market to be engaged. And also the poor local models globally could be there, but we are talking here about the level, I mean the national level, the local level. We don't have sports models specialized made available, I mean. So this created innovations, innovative ideas. So the market is new. So all these models are new. I mean, leading the way, leading the pathway. These, I mean, such was the challenge. The other one is the mindset of the operator. Still, the idea owner is not looked into other mindsets, but also as operator. And then what is next? Who is the target audience? He doesn't know. He doesn't know, but he has an idea. Every day they have new ideas. But again, who is targeted? He doesn't know. And also the entity you are targeting, does it really need such an idea? He doesn't know anything about it. So the culture and the mindset of investment requires more awareness, more enablement, empowerment than us as a private sector. Now, all the way up to 2030, Saudi Arabia will be leading innovatively across the sports sector. The volume of projects we've seen are so big, so huge. And also the entities that we have contracted with, such as like Munshaat or Sports Investment Fund or Princess Noura University, are so huge. So we will competitively invest across the world. I have seen your efforts greatly done, your partnership with Munshaat, and this of course helps to foster awareness and to choose the most appropriate model. So people should always change their mindset using the new model. Mr. Fahad, based on your experience, what are the standards that investment funds should use when it comes to assessing opportunities or investment in the sports sector? First and foremost, generally speaking, when we come to any new investment opportunity, the most important question is shall this idea create a sustainable investment opportunity or economic value? So you created the demand for this value. When you buy anything new, you don't do so, of course, unless you need this additional option. So creating the added value and sustainability will be the first two standards for any new investment. Number two, market attractiveness and demand. We target now in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that the population will increase, whether residents or Saudis. Based on the statistics, youth more than 16 years, they spend about 160 hours, 160 minutes in the club or in the gym, sorry. So it's, you go to the gym or the club, you may be introduced to some new people. So there is kind of awareness about this quality of life. So what does it need? It needs like high quality and added value projects. The third one, the new project as investor, or as, do we need this? Is it clear? Whether operation or foundation and the exit strategy as well. What about the existing laws and regulations? Does it help me for my investment to have like clear-cut strategy, exit strategy, whether relating to investments or other types of investment? Number four, feasibility, strategy feasibility. Does it have any feasibility to cope up with any change? Does this investment to be growing bigger and bigger, scaling up, because over the course of time we will not accept it as investors. You need to see a growth rate per year at least to be stable. And one more thing is the successful operational partner today. It is like team effort, capital owners, financial companies as impact maker for such capitals, and operators and the government entities in terms of regulations or partnership. All these factors coming or combined together are very important, particularly when it comes to the sports investment in particular. One final point?
Just the investment portfolio, if it has diversification in terms of commercial assets and commercial assets with the growth in capital. So in this case, you can do realization at the exit, and the operator. This is the key component for the investment portfolio. Thank you for a clarification before I conclude this panel discussion. In the light of the growth of this sector still, yet there are some challenges which can impact the returns. What are the key challenges faced by investors, and what are the procedures and measures to mitigate such kind of risks? That I will highlight only one challenge. The challenges are similar, but I will focus at a single one: the inflation of wages and expenses. It's one of the key challenges for the transformation model or investment model in sports industry, shun away from the inflation of expenses. So they put some ways to address such kind of a challenge, such as putting in place policies or limitations on wages which wouldn't exceed this kind of limits, or create a committee to take decisions regarding the spending for some specific limit and thresholds, and some models making the contracts of the players relying on remuneration rather than being fixed wages and salaries. Such kind of ways and methods address the challenges, and this of the key challenge and the prominent challenge that the sports industry encounters. I think investment in sports sector is not high risky if handled properly. Risk management is the most important element in this case, such as the diversification of income sources for the clubs. They count on subscriptions, sponsorship, rental for the utilities for a specific period of time, but they have diversified their income. But their income, they might have assets contributing at the same portfolio for the sustainability of the project. As I mentioned before, the separation between the asset from the operation. Invest in it properly. By engaging the right people, the right operator. This will ensure high operational returns and reducing and mitigating the risks. So the highly professional operator has such kind of experience which can help them to run the sports facilities well. And the long-term contracts to reduce to reduce the risks. I think if we reach the right mix of in sports investment, I think it will be the less risks in terms of risks in the future or years to come. The sports sector to be relying on spending from the government, supported by the government. I think this is one of the key risks, because this will hinder the development in this sector. The private sector and the private capital, they are so keen to be proficient in operation. This is one of the key risks that I can see in the sector. The other risks we are talking about, the lack of appropriate linkage and connect with the other sectors. The investment, sports investment, doesn't mean merely buying a player or a club, but it's a complete ecosystem. So we should have this kind of linkage or linkage with the other sectors and intersecting with other sectors. So I think such two components of the risks, in addition to, we should provide the right structure and architecture for the foreign investment. In particular, the foreign investment, when they inject money in local investment, they should see alignment with the international laws and regulations, with the local and the national laws and regulations respecting this sector. Clubs that generated tangible results, but if we look into the incomes and the returns, they are still fixed. So, and return is very important element and dynamic element in any equation. So before I conclude, I extend my thanks and appreciation for highlighting the role of the investment funds in shaping the sports investment future. We need integration between investment and regulations and institutional development. I would like to thank my panelists, and I thank SIF and the huge efforts made to support sports investment.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءا من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
So we just heard how investment funds are playing an increasingly critical role in financing the future of sport, bringing scale, structure, and long-term capital into the ecosystem. But ultimately, the success of that investment depends on one thing: return. And in sport, one of the most powerful drivers of return is visibility, how audiences engage, how brands connect, and how value is created through attention. And that's what will be explored in this next and final panel of the day, Investment and Advertising in Sport. Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. Abdul Rahman Al-Haza, Director General of Gulf Radio and Television Authority, Mr. Khaled Al-Matrafi, Director of Asharq Channels in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Badr Al-Hamad, Chief Executive Officer of 10X Company, Mr. Hassan Zaini, Assistant to the Deputy CEO of Rotana Science, Mr. Numair Abu Ismail, Director of Business Development at NBC Shahid, and this session is moderated by Mr. Wahib Al-Dakil. And for our international guests, this session is in Arabic. The headsets with real-life translation are available at the entrance.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حضورنا الكريم
Distinguished guests, welcome back to this to SIF and the second edition in the sixth and the final panel discussion of this of today. The interesting thing in this forum, this is high quality forum. Our experience last year, we generated tangible outcomes which better serve sports and investment in. The title of this session is not as equally important to the other sessions. So we'll explore the investment and the media in sports today with the acceleration of digital transformation and paradigm shift in media. Media is a partner in all aspects, and investment which is the anchor of this investment. Media is the key driver in supporting this sector, which is very vital. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation to my panelists. So, Doctor, if we start from the basics, the role of media shaping this dynamic sector, which is sports, how can you view media in supporting investment, sports investment, in the light of the accelerated development? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum, and I would like to thank the invitation, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for and this is my it's a privilege and honor to share my insights, and I'm fully convinced that media plays a pivotal role in facilitation of investment in all areas related to sports. Some clubs may face some challenges, financial difficulties, and the media is the right arm which can be engaged to achieve a lot of objectives. Without media, wouldn't be able to convey your message or your mission or your vision. So the media is the linking, the link between you and the other institutions, and we try to do our part in achieving, supporting, and coping with the products and the plans of the Vision 2030. We have Vision 2030, and this is which has taken into consideration a very important element, which is it has confirmed and emphasized and underscored that the media portrays the image of the entire nation, that our nation is a destination, a leading destination for different industries. So the media sheds lights on international championships, and as such wouldn't be achieved without being fueled by media. And the media plays a dynamic role, highlighting the products at the level of individuals and organizations and the entire ecosystem of building. So I give you a small example. If we go back a little bit, and one of the international championship, our participation in World Cup, just we beat Argentina. This is I think I have read amazing things, scoring a single goal. This is I read that some estimates refer to the marketing value of the game in which we beat Argentina, exceeded 30 billion. So and you can imagine how many times the name of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia mentioned in Google search after achieving this kind of accomplishment. I'm talking about sports. So the media played this kind of role. So we shouldn't underestimate and belittle the role of media in this regard, with the due respect to other sectors. But this magic wand can attract expertise, can achieve this kind of success. Your Excellency, this is media is the bridge to export culture and investment, or attracting investment or export investments to other jurisdictions. If we look into the fans, the media can change the behavior of fans, and we can target our audience and our fans to change the mindset, how to market this kind of a product. So so the media put in the spotlight the achievements and the accomplishment that our clubs and federations achieve. You mentioned media platform that we could follow, and to market our brands, as you mentioned, such as Saudi first team, national team. But some might argue that this is it's not optional. Mr. Hassan, take an example for the advertisements and the commercials in the light of this kind of the lights of such kind of such kind of the outdoor advertisements. So, how can you describe the role of the outdoor commercials and advertisements to convey the message, given that the Kingdom will host the World Cup? The visual element in this question. First of all, I would like to thank you and thank the audience and the attendees. So I will start with the when you ask me about the traffic, I keep saying that as long as we have a traffic jam, so we have a market for the outdoor commercials and advertisements. So the more traffic jam that we have, the more investment in outdoor commercials and advertisement, which are increasingly growing right now. I'm talking about the last 20 years. Outdoor commercials play a role in our life, play a part in our life, and impact the decision-making process. And they complete the other channels and the platforms such as TV and social media. Each means play its role in decision making. We have some means which can give you credibility, high credibility, and some means facilitate quick decisions. So the outdoor are quick and it's high. It's easy to remember because the time and how often you see this kind of outdoor commercials. This can impact and can enhance remembrance of such kind of commercials. We are exposing to thousands of messages, outdoor messages. I'm talking about compared to scoring your mobile screen, the number of the messages in 1,000, and so you might think that you start to forget. So it's not forgetting. It's because of the torrential messages coming from different means and channels. But it's easy to remember the outdoor commercial because of the exposures. You have mentioned a very important and crucial point, that the exposure to commercials. Some people might argue that they are disturbing and annoying, but for outdoor, this can give us make us shoulder the responsibility to be innovative in the content of the outdoor, the content for the advertisement agency, and so the innovation in commercials, the innovation in commercial has become the common currency of today. Because this will stick to mind and the memory. You are, Mr. Hassan, you can be a partner to success. So I think this success you are part of the success of such outdoor commercials, or we take into consideration, we consider the designs to make sure that they are appropriate, that they perfectly fit the means of advertisements for the and we keep reminding them the right procedures for designing for the large billboards. I'm talking about 20,000 meter. It has a specific method of designing, and over years with the pressure, people might forget the name of the brand in the commercials, outdoor commercials. So, Doctor, please go ahead. Just I highly recommend, I highly second what has been said by my dear colleague. The agencies working in outdoor commercials, they should be innovative and design specifically for the outdoor billboards. Because of the high exposures for the consumers, yes, on the routes, so they should, such kind of billboards should draw the attention of the consumer. So we should be smart, we should be innovative, we should be intelligent, and for the position for locating the billboards at the right places to draw the attention of the commuters and for the consumers. So innovation is the core of the entire process. If we are talking about a different platform, which is one of the popular platforms, such as Shahid, one of the largest TV library.
But again, looking into these, how Shahid platform has brought back the definition of advertisement, because we are bombarded with a lot of good content, because at the end of the day it is the viewer who selects what is it that he or she wants to see. Thank you. First, good afternoon everyone, to you and to all the participants, and thank you so much for this fun discussion. We are all aware of the fact that a lot of development is coming into play in terms of the marketing and the media ecosystem as well. And the digital marketing is getting bigger and smarter and more digital, more complicated, more complex. At the same time, more like pinpoint accurate, to be honest. In the past, viewers had one option, technically speaking, of course, to switch on the TV, to see one TV channel, 2 channels, 3 channels, based on their preferences, based on what is it that they want to watch, I mean the content. And then they create a space, a limited space, to identify ads for any commercials to be live streamed or broadcast for a certain or target segment of audience. But now we are in a different stage where the viewers or the people can select the content, be it on a platform based on what is known as video on demand, such as Shahid and others as well, and I mean at the level of the region, or through the different advertisement campaigns, or even like such as radio, TV, radio campaigns, Shahid platform, video on demand, and others, for instance, radio as well. The local radio stations and the platforms, other platforms, where users can select and identify when they want to do something, or to advertise or navigate something. As for Shahid platform, specifically, back to your question, Well, it was established, founded in 2000, 18 years back, and we are developing every year. So Shahid platform is a leading one across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and across the region as well, and anywhere where you can enjoy it. The content, you enjoy the content. But again, this big development coming into play year after year was a result of a very important factor, which is content that is made available on the platform. It is a diverse content that is rich, in content, and also creates a very important point for all the segments across community. For example, a drama-driven community or sports-driven community, you name it. Specifically, a sports community in Shahid is very strong on high demand. We cover local football, European football, global football, golf, basketball, cars, racing, racing cars. This kind of diversity and this rich in content videos, of course, helps you to attract as many community segments as possible, whether in the Kingdom of Saudi or elsewhere across the region. So, equally important, the point that I would like to draw your attention to is that Shahid platform is a supplement, is a completion to what is there on the TV, but there is a big difference. The content is being live streamed on Shahid, is always there, where the watchers, viewers can see it at any time, anywhere they can watch it, regardless of the content. Sports, even the diversity is wide, is so big. Sports programs based on demand. True. Yeah, you can select your program. True. Mr. Namir has referred to the fact that things are growing beyond our expectation. Back in history, newspapers actually were the only source for the live stream or for the sports news. Newspapers are no longer there, and now they've been digital, electronic. This kind of development gives a big challenge for the media, given the different technological changes, but still media is always integrated, but challenges are there. How are such challenges addressed, and what are these challenges anyway? Let me push the talk or to address clubs, and how at the end of the day it is like it leads all to investments, but let's link them together. We have here sports institutions, fans, target audiences, and I have somewhere else means medias. How is it possible for us, of course, to create this? Well, at the end of the day, it should lead to good investment. This is something that we need to target at the end of the day. Well, so many challenges have come into play, and some of which are that, of course, face the digital transformation. Speaking first of the challenge relating to attracting the fans, the fandom, but based on the experience and the word of mouth, even the live stream and broadcasting, you see a big segment of community, of the viewers. They don't watch these TV channels. They switch the TV channel to something else. For example, social media. So sometimes, because they want to watch something else, they receive it before the TV channel on their mobile phone. So this is a challenge, how we can attract and how we can bridge the gap, and how is it possible for us always to attract the people, some of which are linked to clubs. The second thing is competition between speed and reliability or credibility. So here comes the role of the sector, sports sector, given the different means, so that such kind of rumors should not leak out, because sometimes a project is working or they are working on can be damaged. For example, it's repeated, like irrelevant, or so it is very important to find or strike a balance so that we don't get in trouble or trapped. This is true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Sometimes what we need is, now we are starting to have this, like, but again, we need to select these, and it is very important as well to create a new media environment. Some people are still based on old mentality, whether in thought, ideology, or technology. They would say thank you so much. The new generation need to come back again to the way we received messages. You have all the state-of-the-art technologies, but we used to have the old traditional methods. It is very important to address them using their own language or methods. It should not be always like compliment. It should be always to address them using their methods and mentality. So we should change the compass, and it is, at the end of the day, it is for the investment. It is for the fame of the club. So I get engaged in buttering them up or compliment, then you will get lost. Yeah, this is all lost. It is very important to work with professionals. So there are so many challenges, and piracy is a big problem, even if you have like rights. Sometimes, for example, many people watch games and matches using pirated TV channels, using different applications without being subscribed or without subscribing. So this really harms investment. So it is an international issue or challenge, how to bridge the gap, or how to address these issues, and how some misuse and exploit these kind of issues. True. Language is very important, and it is very important also to understand how we can reach out to them. Mr. Hassan, to reach out to the target people, and also I would like to focus on some points, because they are making a very important point. We are coming into big events. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be hosting different events, big events. The role of billboards in integrating, like the exporting of culture, showcasing the brands based on how visitors and guests can benefit from, and you play such a great role in the Hajj season that is this year, not for any commercialization of any brand or marketing any brand or any logistic services. The role of billboards in the visitors, or how to foster their awareness about this. Today, in 24 hours, I always say, and when we think of the time we spend on the streets, how such things impact us in 24 hours, where their mobile phones at least take 3-4 hours per day. We spend a lot of time on our mobile phones, sometimes 5 to 6 hours per day. So when you calculate the amount of time that you are exposed to screens, you would see it like so high. Back again, the media ecosystem is all integrated. As a user or consumer, we don't know the algorithm developed behind the scenes. Even when I announce something through the billboard, we can measure how many mobile phones have been used, and we understand that in this street, for example, on this billboard, for example, 300, 400,000 that have passed. And this is, for example, the ID, the marketing ID. I don't know anything, but I know the ID who passes this billboards when he opens anything, they receive something. So it is a codified advertisement. You pass through this and you live there, whether north, south, or wherever. You go to such markets, auto shows, banks. Once you have this, so we are fully aware of these issues. With AI coming into play, things have been more complicated. So when X and Y have been there to receive such messages, are positively complicated, of course. So many people believe that it is like making things not comfortable. So they understand your preferences, for example, whether like sports, cars, whatever. So ads become well tailored for you, as if tailored for you. So it is time wise, but you believe and you come to understand that this is natural. If you take someone else's mobile phones, once you take it, this is like their own interest. This is not yours because this content does not belong to you. So the design is so advanced, so complicated. The second part, in terms of Hajj season, as I have said, with the media means, starting from, of course, Al-Hajj season, started from the airports all the way to the tram to Mecca or Medina. The move of pilgrims, you see the message is so simple. I mean, for the don't do this, don't sit there. It is like there are so many simple messages. They provide, they save a lot of money in terms of the medical intervention or logistic intervention. A lot, they save a lot. So awareness plays such a great role to make any season successful. And we, as our customers, whether government customers or private sector, they have seasons. So Hajj season awareness start like 3 weeks before, and they end like even the sports season. Speaking now of the sports season and the big events, our experience in the Hajj season are so big. I mean, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are measuring, of course, other fields, other sectors, such as like the World Cup, for example, 2034, and Asia AFC as well. Mr. Namir, in Shahid platform definitely depend on data largely enough, and I am one of the and figures and numbers, of course, are my passion among others, of course. The question is, how is it possible for us to measure the number of the people benefiting in Shahid and other digital platforms? How is it possible? How do you measure the behavior of consumers or customers or subscribers in others as well? You have a special, we need the secret. First, the number of users on Shahid. Today, we have now about millions of users, and this number is different in Ramadan. In Ramadan, this number increases from 21 million all the way up to 35 or 36 million. This big number, of course, I mean, the number of users daily or monthly gives us the great idea or the opportunity to analyze data accurately. In MBC, for data analysis and solution, to better understand which user, or what content they use, did he finish, did he complete or not, Did he complete this or that? Or any content, for instance? Did he pause there? Or complete next time? So we have all the tools to understand the behaviors and the performance. So a good example to cite, one of the advertisers came along and they want to do like a campaign, not just to target one segment or age group, for example, 18 to 35. This was done like in the past when we, of course, unfortunately, we didn't have the infrastructure to allow us, I mean, for the advertisement companies to be very accurate all the way up to this now. I mean, now we have been very much accurate, very much like demanding with the different technology coming into play, enabling the companies, advertisers and companies to target or to reach out to target segments of community. What is good about this in Shahid, I mean, targeting the different segments and age groups beyond Shahid platform, when customers, I mean our subscribers are there, so we can also do this, of course, through the different interests. So even the technology we have represent us, enabling us, of course, to target a segment, community segment, and also targeting such a segment, of course, when active or taking any action out of the platform using different social media stations or platforms or open exchange. And if we talk about sports, we are talking then about different segments and different age groups as well. And the sports content is so rich, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the big changes coming into play. Doctor, how is it possible for ads and the regulatory entities to organize the attractiveness of investors, particularly after the challenges they have already mentioned? Let's now come to one thing, to clarify one thing. How? There is a close connection between the media and the sports investment. It creates beliefs and convictions. Then I get engaged into achieving my goals and objectives. Sports clubs, with no exception, depend heavily on media and also to impact the public opinion, to create more spaces and create more investment opportunities, but to enhance the attractiveness of this sports sector for investors. We have different issues to have to consider. We don't have to say just I have good media or I have strong media. You have key principles which are considered like backup to benefit from your media reality. Don't ignore them. You have to focus firmly on them in addition to other factors so that you create this kind of integration. Good examples include that you should have the conviction, belief for any sport entity to attract the stakeholder, I mean the beneficiary. If not, then this is not marketing. You have to identify and target your segment so that your products and services can be commercialized. I mean, it is very important to attract them so that you create this. We need to plan. You should have your tailored plans. You may have like long-term, short-term or medium-term plans, so you should have your own strategy. How is it possible for you to go along this path? This year you need this, and the next year you need this, and so on. You should have your own ambitions. You have to build up your ambitions. You have 1, 2, 3 years. It is very important to have your own well-consolidated plans over the course of time through the trajectory so that you can measure what is it that you have achieved in the first stage Was it successful, or you need to redefine or revisit your plans? Consumers, you have the consumers, me, you, everyone. Don't separate me from others. I mean, from you. You have to get me as close as possible. You have to understand my car, my food, my clothes, everything, so that one to accept your product or service, you have to understand me. We have different segments from one country to another, from male to females. I mean, from age group to another one. So it is very important to study this so that you can best market and invest in such a product or service. So it is very important to study the recipient, I mean the consumer. This is very important. So it is not bad, of course, to have some expertise, I mean some experienced people financially. Don't look into the sports sector only. You have to look around different expertise, different experts to develop your budget, plans, balances, other market considerations. So these are very important other than the sports sector. So this will help you to increase and promote your status, your position, even if not football related, and it will bring you back a lot of return on investment. We are not the only across the market. There are so many people who went ahead of us, way ahead of us. We need to better understand their experiences and learn from their experiences. We need to understand how their experiences have grown or has grown. It is very important to benefit from others' experiences. How was it possible for them to grow bigger, smarter, more successful? One thing which is very important in terms of integrity and transparency, which is very important for investors, in addition to the sports facility, governance. When I invest, I should see a good financial governance ecosystem environment. I should have disclosure, financial disclosure. I should have everything. So when I understand 1 + 1 = 2, so you have well-detailed plans for governance, financial disclosure, standards. Don't hide such standards. Let me know that you have lost. I can help you to win. Don't tell me that you have won while you're lost. This is not good. Transparency is very important. It is very important to disclose. Apply such standards, which once well applied, you will make a lot of renaissance. I mean sports, or renaissance in sports. Well said, truly said. Mr. Hassan, I would like to take some recommendations enhancing investments in the future stage, the new media. The doctor has referred to some principles, values, but again, we can have some recommendations for enhancing investment in the future stages or periods. Generally speaking, development in terms of the investment volumes in advertisement over the 3 years has really been doubled. The outdoor advertisement has been now more than 3 billion. Speaking of others, across the different sectors, 4 years back, we did not hear anything about the 3 billion. Now the volume of ads went beyond 9 billion riyals. So this kind of a growth is an indicator. It is impossible for any businessman to invest in anything that doesn't have any return on investment. So everything today we have something new, and the competition is so fierce, so high, so tough. And AI comes into play across different billboards, huge and gigantic billboards. Everything we have something new. We as something new. So the behavioral economy helps a lot because it really it is really a very important tool. New age groups with different behaviors, different tools. My age or someone older, how would ask how? Well, the speed is so high and the change is so high. Honestly, when we look into this positively, how we can codify this positively, then we will make it one day shortly. Well, patience along with agility and transparency, resilience. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, as you've said, we should be committed to some ethics, morals, in terms of disclosure to be successful. Before I conclude, Namir being on board, digital direct or indirect live stream has developed a lot. The future of ads in such platforms, direct and indirect ads or integration. One word to summarize AI, which is like a lot of development. The solutions are there as of today. On Shahid, we have a solution that integrates the brand or any product under any product for the content made available on the platform, even post-product stage. And this kind of product, based on AI, in analyzing thousands of data made available, of course, by users or subscribers or the content to best understand if I want to integrate this brand, for instance, on a content that has been produced and is there on Shahid platform. I understand then what time, what kind of scene, or who, the target, for example, audience, so that the brand will be best showcased, and so that we can create this kind of close connection, leaving a positive impact between the brand itself and the viewers. So this kind of development within this kind of AI ecosystem will be more ubiquitous, direct and indirect. Again, things are going to ITTT or ITTT. Also, other global solutions are put into the arena, which of course leads the viewers, the audience, the consumer journey, ever since the product is there, all the way to purchase or sell, buy it. In terms of the interactive content, making the viewers to buy it on the platform itself. This is shepherd content, which is examined globally and being tested, and we will launch it across the region. So the future stage will have a lot of investment opportunities for, across the sports sector. So I understand the success is based on integration between technology, media, and investing also in the sports. I'm honored and excited to have you all here. Thank you so much for your attention. Is highly appreciated. We can go to our audience as well, and hope to see you again and again. Thank you.
MMS سبورتس تفتح الفرصة لعلامتك التجارية لتكون جزءاً من أهم الأحداث الرياضية. اجعل علامتك التجارية محط الأنظار. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close,
السيدات والسادة
is no longer operating in isolation. It sits at the intersection of investment, innovation, culture, and global opportunity. Across today's conversations, we've explored how capital is being deployed, how talent is being developed, how destinations are being shaped, and how technology is redefining what's possible. But more importantly, we've seen that this is not a future we're waiting for. It's one that is already being built here and now. I'd like to thank all of our speakers, partners, and guests for being part of this journey, and we look forward to continuing the conversations tomorrow on the second day of the Saudi Sports Investment Forum here in Riyadh. See you tomorrow.